Also, most people are GGG haters, so whatever. I don't give a fuck.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the voice of the people. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
ThaBoxingvoice.com.
What broke him down? Was it just the body punching? I was hitting him with body punching. I heard him actually, he was crying there. You were saying that Biggs was crying when you hit him? Yes. When did that happen? And perhaps the fourth round on?
ThaBoxingvoice.com.
So that you knew you had him by that time. Absolutely, I knew he was tough and taking those punches.
Beyonce Productions.
Making women gestures like, oh.
Let's go, champ. It's the champ. It's the champ. With the fake champ. It's how ThaBoxingvoice.com. I'm a team like he's a C+ fighter. I'm a dominant.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another edition of the Boxing Voice Radio. Today, Sunday, we will be reviewing last night's action with Daniel Jacobs, Gennady Golovkin. We had Roman Chocolatico in what some are calling the upset of the year. Carlos Cuadras puts himself back in the win column in a very tough fight. Conor McGregor invades the Madison Square Garden with Michael Conlan, and Amir Mansour opens another door to another chapter in a heavyweight boxing career past 40. We have co-hosts in Florida, California, and you guys from all around the world. Remember, that number is 1-425-569-5241. Hitting the thumbs up button is exactly what we want you to do because it helps with the visibility of the show. So without any further ado, we're going to go ahead, jump right into some boxing talk. Boxing MD, what's going on, brother? I know you want to sit in on this. We're going to head on over to the Sunshine State. Boxing MD, what's going on?
Is that a fair statement to make? You have to be honest with yourself.
I'm glad to be back on this Sunday's edition of the Boxing Voice. And I will say one thing, that I will admit that I was a little harsh on Danny Jacobs, and he showed a lot of things in the ring that I didn't expect him to show. He showed heart. He showed a game plan. He showed a chin, right? So we could say that that Prague fight was him being young, and we could say that that Mora was him being sloppy. But just because he showed heart, showed a chin, and did better than myself and a lot of people expected him to do, does not mean he won that fight. Because if you take your emotions out of the fight again, let's everybody take your emotions out of the fight. Golovkin landed more punches. He landed the harder punches. He scored the knockdown. He controlled Daniel Jacobs with the jab. But that did not mean that Daniel Jacobs didn't have any success, and maybe potentially in the future in a rematch wouldn't have more success. So, again, I think this is a win-win for boxing because Golovkin looks more vulnerable to a lot of people, and Daniel Jacobs' stock rises. So instead of, I assume a lot of people are going to be calling in crying. Before you cry, just take my words into consideration. So get on to the next co-host.
Before I get to the next co-host, I just want you to know that you have laid the narrative. You've showed your defensive nature already. I just want you to know your card.
I'm laying out the narrative. It's not my narrative. It's the narrative.
No. It's yours. It's yours. The floor just opened. We could have seen which way we went, but you chose to go that way. And I'm going to choose to go to sunny California, the Golden State, the hipster. I know you're excited to talk about our second hot button topic with Roman Chocolatito Gonzalez, and even the third one with your boy Cuadras. But how are you, man? How was the weekend? How'd you enjoy all these fights after, you were able to probably go back and watch them once or twice?
Yeah, first off, right off the bat, amazing fights throughout. even the Ryan Martin fight, even though it was lacking any sort of drama, it was impressive boxing technique on display. The Michael Conlan fight on Friday was entertaining. The Amir Mansour bounce TV card was entertaining. And then we had these 2 title fights on HBO pay-per-view, and they were, in my opinion, some of the best fights of the year in terms of just drama, storylines coming out of it, and pure action. And I'll save my thoughts on the co-main event to when we get to that topic. But sticking to the main event, I scored it 114, 113, Daniel Jacobs. I thought Daniel Jacobs won the fight by a slight hair, but I thought he won it. I've watched it on replay. I'm watching it again right now as we speak, to be honest. It's my 3rd time watching it, and I still think Daniel Jacobs won by a slight hair. And while MD makes, I think, true points in what he said about Triple G landing more punches, Triple G landing the knockdown and such, but we score fights off of rounds. We don't score fights off of who landed the most punches in the whole fight.
I got to interject there because one of his key points was he landed the harder blows, but in fact, he landed more punches due to him using a very cautious jab like he did in the Lemieux fight. He didn't want to engage. So, in fact, his punches were not the harder ones. He threw the safer punches.
Because arm shots are more impactful than a stiff jab that snaps Daniel Jacobs' head back and his ears are flopping back. I mean, Ness, what the fuck? Are you casual now, Ness? I'm just wondering.
What about the jab that Jacobs was able to land?
No, listen, Jacobs did good work. I'm not taking away his work. I'm just saying that it was a competitive fight, but in my opinion, right? And if you break down the rounds, Matt, there's very few rounds where Jacobs outlanded Golovkin. You could look at the statistics yourself.
This isn't like the amateur boxing system from a few years ago. This is
right, but I'm saying
subjective criteria.
So how did Jacobs do? So specifically in the close rounds, tell me what Jacobs did better than Golovkin. Because
why don't you specifically give us your scorecard? Because that's what I want the people that see Golovkin winning, which I do not have a problem.
All right,
this fight.
You want my scorecard? You ready?
You heard my immediate reaction show yesterday. I think that Golovkin did everything that he was supposed to do as a champion. I think that if Daniel would have done some of the things that Gennady decided to do, Daniel would not be on the wrong side of a decision because Golovkin was the disciplined one. While some are going to call his body language cautious, afraid, whatever you want to use, I choose the word discipline, staying behind a very stern jab that, like MD said, did land a lot. You know, it really kind of, I don't want to say set the pace because Daniel found the rhythm and he found ways to counter the jab with his own jab. He dug to the body, but Golovkin's consistency with the jab is what could have won him the fight in the eyes of the judges because of the ears, because of the head snapping back. But that was his power punch that night. He wasn't really landing right hands, and the right hands that he landed didn't do much. The right hand that he landed that counts is the one when Jacobs, made the mistake of switching to southpaw on numerous occasions, and on one of those,
he didn't land any uppercuts either, right? No uppercuts.
And one of those in the 4th round, he went down. As far as uppercuts, MD, it's funny that you're trying to single out any one thing. Gennady,
but you're the one that's singling it out. You're the one who's saying that all he did is land a jab, right? You're setting the narrative that Golovkin was controlling with the jab at points. No, and if you won in the fight,
you're asking for a second when you cut me off, and you brought up statistics. So that's why I'm speaking of the jab, because statistically, the jab is the punch that outlanded, not power punches like you tried to say.
Yeah, Jacobs outlanded Triple G through power punches.
So let's just be factual when trying to make our arguments.
Well, let's bring those numbers up, please, if you want to actually be factual, to say that
I will pull them up.
Golovkin dominated.
I have them right here for power punches.
Golovkin, one second. That Golovkin dominated the jab, right? And Jacobs did land more power punches, but he dominated the jab. So that's the complete and total narrative, not just what?
You said Triple G landed more hard shots than Jacobs.
Yeah. When the fuck does a jab could not be more impactful than a slightly blocked arm power punch? We all know as boxing fans, every single punch, not including a jab. One second. Every punch, not including a jab, is a power punch, right? So if I land a stiff jab and snap your head back, people have been knocked out with the stiff jab. And I throw an arm. One second, I throw an arm hook or a right straight that's partially blocked, that's considered a power punch. So to say that a power punch on statistics is so much more impactful than a stiff jab, I just don't see.
But you're using punch stats, and I use punch stats against you, and now you're trying to discredit those punch stats that you're.
That's not true. 1 second, Matt. Because this is what problem is. You sometimes get mixed up with my words because my words are very clear, and you assume things.
Why are you talking?
1 second. My words. No second. My words. 1 second. My words was that Golovkin landed harder punches, and then you go, well, how can he land harder punches then if Jacobs landed more power punches? That's like, it seems like a little simplistic in your mind that 1 second you're equating a jab not as a power punch.
Well, your argument is very subjective because you're saying Triple G landed the harder shots. Well,
no, he did. He did. If you look at who,
you cannot prove that. Admit that you cannot prove that.
Well, there was a knockdown.
One knockdown. Controversial.
Controversial. Why?
Don't act like you can't see the replay of.
If you're hit and your feet are out of position and you fall, that's a knockdown. He fell down because of the punch. It's not Golovkin's fault his feet were out of position. Controversial in your mind. In your mind, it was controversial.
It's not just Ness's mind. It's a lot of people. You have to admit that. Your reality is not what everyone else.
100%. There's a bias against Golovkin, and we'll talk about that.
You have a bias to him. You have a bias to him.
Matt,
oh yeah.
Wait a moment, MD. We're not gonna go down that route today. Let's try not to argue with each other and talk over each other. You can make your point civilized. There are going to be numerous people like yesterday, which you chose to duck the show.
Actually, Ness, I have a life to. 1 second. Don't fucking say that on air. I have a life to do, right? And you're the one whose career is this. So at late Saturday night after the fight, I had shit to do because I live my life. So don't fucking call me ducking, Ness.
I'm sure if he would have knocked out.
I'm here today, right now. If he would have knocked out today, I would have done the same thing.
I'm sure if he would have knocked out Danny,
the way
that you predicted.
Right, well, you know, the funny thing is that you're too cowardly because you're afraid to face these fighters to face that you're actually allowed to hit a fucking crow soundbite and dictate what I'm saying because you would have picked the fucking knockout too. So don't sit here and act like better than thou because you didn't make a pick.
What do you mean?
Again, Matt, you talk for Ness, but let's move on.
I do believe.
Call me stupid, dude. Like, come on. What are you talking about?
When did I call you stupid? I was calling out your lack of understanding of boxing.
No, you're saying I use big words basically, so you don't understand me. That's what you're trying to imply.
No,
okay?
I'm saying I don't mince words. I don't mince words, and I never do. That's why people who assume things get in trouble because you go back and listen. Move on.
Whatever.
You guys are like two little girls. This is a ridiculously rough start due to emotions. But I knew this was going to happen. I contemplated.
Whose camera is still on? Whose camera is still on? My camera never comes off.
Boom. Camera's on. What's the big deal?
All right.
I'm just saying, bro.
I have to show.
Maybe I was drinking some water. Maybe I was eating some food.
I have to show the images. But listen, we just need to kind of stay focused. All right. That's all. So, obviously the title says immediate rematch or Canelo or Saunders. So, my great panel, where would you like to see Golovkin go next? Should he have an immediate rematch or move on to bigger and better things? Matt, what do you think?
I think timing wise, he's gonna have to take a fight before the Canelo fight. To be honest, personally, I'd rather see him rematch Jacobs than fight Saunders. I feel like he wipes the floor with Saunders. So it's either Jacobs rematch or Canelo fight for me. Nothing else satisfies me with Triple G at this point.
So you want immediate rematch from Triple G?
Yeah.
Or Canelo, you said, right?
Or Canelo, because that I understand that him taking the Canelo fight if that's available to him.
Right. No,
I just doubt that it's going to be available to him. That's my point.
I'm okay. I think that he should get the belt first. I think he should face Saunders first because they have that whole Kazakhstan thing based on timing. I don't mind seeing Daniel Jacobs get a rematch in the future. This is not David Lemieux. He showed that he is on the same level as Golovkin, that he belongs in the ring with Golovkin. And I think, to be honest, a perfect matchup would be for him to fight Saunders in that Kazakhstan world event they have in the capital of Kazakhstan. And then for Lemieux and Jacobs to fight. And if Daniel Jacobs showed what he showed in the ring last night, he should have no problem handling David Lemieux, because David Lemieux is much more of his hands are even slower than Golovkin's hands. And I'll say one thing, right? Because this is me, like, I'm really not as biased as you think you are. You saw last night that Jacobs' hands were significantly faster. And I said that going into the ring, that when it came down to it, when they were exchanging, in the pocket, sometimes you saw a difference in hand speed. So shout out to Daniel Jacobs. Like, he is as talented as a lot of people think he is.
I saw a lot more of a difference than just hand speed. What I saw is what everyone said, to be honest with you. I don't have any problem being the bad guy. He's a bit of a robot. Everything that you propped him up to be, he wasn't. The minute that the punches come at him, he just blocks. High guard, you typical European, allows you to do a 4 or 5 punch combination, then he throws. He would never be a Keith Thurman and punch in between punches. That's not what he does. But I do have graphics because MD wants to pitch certain narratives. We have the world who decides things, right? There's a lot of people out there that love this fight. So here goes one graphic of how many people, the fans that scored this fight, using the Throwdown app and using Facebook, which is the #1 site in the world. So if there are a trillion sites, Facebook is #1, then YouTube is #2. Just do the math. ESPN is number 35. So the fans have Golovkin losing.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing, that this is the Boxing Voice with it's like CNN or Fox News. They use statistics when they want to. We never did this with Kovalev Ward. I'm stating a fact. No, you never did this with Kovalev Ward.
Matthew, allow me to have
it's okay. It's okay that you guys are using. It's okay that you guys are using whatever statistic you want to pay whatever narrative you want. But I'm just saying straight up that you guys didn't do that.
I don't know. Listen, I don't know if the cowbell that you're using to cool your alcohol is causing some sort of toxins.
I don't know if the Kush that's bleeding your eyes out is causing you to
hear me out before you try to rebuttal. Because that's the problem with us. We don't listen. We tend not to listen when we're upset and in our emotions. I keep using the word emotions because that's what you're in. F&Es, feelings and emotions, which is a female trait, okay? Golovkin is not your husband. Take a step back. And remember that this particular show has been dealing with CompuBox for over 2 years. So for you to say that we've never used their graphics and their statistics.
See, again, I never said that. I never said that. I said we didn't use it for the Kovalev Ward fight.
Let me finish. We have this.
Fight fans, don't leave the decision in the hands of the judges. Download the Throwdown scoring app and receive live scoring, CompuBox stats, boxing predictions from other users around the world. Head over to your iPhone App Store or your Google Play Store and download it absolutely free.
So that ad is along with the statistics that we receive for every fight, right? And you will have your chance to rebuttal. But what does Ward, Matthew, you'll have your chance to rebuttal. Matthew, what does Ward, Kovalev, and us using statistics for that fight have to do with this fight? Is it simply because it's just another close, controversial fight? Could that be a reason he's bringing? I'm not really correlating the two.
I think, and MD, you can obviously rebuttal after I'm done, so just let me finish. I think MD views us as Ward fans and Jacobs fans, and therefore we are not being consistent with our views on those two fights.
Generalization again. I think we had a show on that the other day.
Again, this is Ness is doing this technique already. 1 second. Ness is doing this technique already. He's going to Matthew first, and he's asking Matthew's opinion. He's throwing out a loaded question for Matthew, and then he's coming back to MD. And
Actually, what I'm trying to do,
MD, all night. I'm smarter than you, Ness, and you know that.
Actually, what I'm trying to do is have us not do this, talk over each other, cut Matthew off. I'm trying to give everyone an opportunity. If you cannot, this is the same meltdown that happened with other hosts during their emotional show.
There's no meltdown here.
When they picked a fighter that didn't look good.
Well, I mean, the fighter that I picked won.
Really fast.
Doesn't lie. If you just allow your co-host, who you're supposed to respect, to talk, we will be okay. We won't be caught in the wings in front of all these people. We won't be having these dumbass, immature discussions, because if you're supposed to be a med student, you should be a lot more mature. There's a lot of people watching and will be listening. Grow up. Matthew, finish your statement and then you can go.
MD, you said that we didn't use statistics for the Kovalev Ward fight in terms of what the fans thought. My argument against that would be one of our co-hosts did. It was you.
Yeah, and you guys shut it down left and right.
Let me finish.
He's incapable of it.
And I think
take a walk, MD, and let us finish, because there's a lot of callers. We're slowing us up. You're slowing us up. We got 4 more topics plus callers. If you can't deal with it today, take a walk and let the world know that you're so upset that Golovkin could not look the way you thought he was going to look, that you're in your feelings and you're emotional and you can't handle it.
No, Ness, you're just getting into your usual bully self and you're trying to bully me off air, which you could try to do, but it'll just look bad for you.
I just want to
let you guys talk, though. Go ahead. I'm out.
Bullying you, or are you trying to?
You're attempting to bully me, but you know you can't bully me with your words.
Trying to bully your narrative that Golovkin is this guy.
You're trying to. Nah, you're belittling me on air. Your fucking co-host, which you constantly
do it too.
Yeah, you do.
Belittling you for?
Yeah, you do that all the time. You're
for calling you out on cutting your co-host off.
No, it's not just that. But continue. Listen to the fucking tape. You're the one who causes some of these meltdowns. Just look at your fucking self in the mirror.
I'm sure I'm the one defending.
You're innocent. Always innocent.
I'm sure I'm the one defending Golovkin at every turn and cutting off my co-hosts every time they say something negatively about Golovkin. We haven't even gotten into.
All right, move on. Continue your talk. Continue your talk. Go ahead.
I just want to say very fast that the point of this show is that we have different opinions, all of us hosts. So when we had Ward Kovalev and other hosts maybe didn't think it was that much of a robbery or controversial fight, we had a host present that narrative that some people in the public had. Just like on this fight, it's me and Ness presenting that public narrative out there that people feel like Jacobs won the fight. And you're within your right, MD, to have a different opinion of that and have a different narrative in that. But that's all. I think that bringing up Ward Kovalev, like we did not cover that and did not bring up numbers about what fans thought. I think
brought it up. Correct. And I brought it up again for the listeners to know the truth. Is I brought it up and you guys shut it down. That's a fact. You shut it down. You were like, oh, why would we want to show that? Why would we want to show that? What does that do to the public? And again, that's literally what you're doing. But it's okay. And there's no listen.
How did we shoot it down?
Yeah, well, you guys know the truth, because I'm the only one that I brought it up multiple times. And you guys were like, nah, let's not do that. But it's okay.
We bring up statistics and you do the same thing.
Right,
like,
so
we're within our right to do that. That's the point of the show.
If he doesn't want to defend himself, then that's fine. Let's talk a little boxing. I don't know. I seen Golovkin shelling up.
Actually, let's talk about scorecards. Let's talk about scorecards, please.
All right. We can switch the subject mid-conversation because
you asked me for the scorecard
a long time ago, which you didn't produce, but now you want to cut again your co-host off.
Okay.
And switch the subject because of you. But okay, I'll pull mines out because I scored it. Boy, oh boy. I knew this was going to be a rough one. I talked to a few people today. I said, man, there's going to be a meltdown, I'm sure. Hey, Larry, and Larry's texting me like, yo, I tried to warn you. Larry, I put that message in our little group chat.
I know. Ness goes to the callers, goes to the people, and conspires behind his co-host's back.
The show is for the people, my friend.
Yeah.
How can I conspire if I put the text in the chat with you? But my scorecard, I have it out. Are you ready?
Yep.
All right. So you asked me. So, I asked you for your scorecard. So go ahead.
Well, I do want to go. Okay. Round 1, Golovkin, right?
Round 1, Golovkin.
Yeah.
I have it different.
That's fine. We're just let's note that the people remember even Harold Letterman had it round 1, Max Kellerman, Jim Lampley, and Roy Jones. Now, Matthew, you're saying you had round 1 for Jacobs as well. I also had it for Jacobs as well. Can the chat, what did you have round 1? Can you just start putting round 1 in your number? Go ahead, MD, in round 2.
Round 2, I did give to Jacobs, but that was a fucking close round. Really close round.
I also gave it to Jacobs.
Was that not a close round?
Yeah, I thought it was a little bit closer than the first one, which is
the first 2 rounds were very, very, very close, and they could have gone either way. So
I see the chat says a lot of Jacobs, unless all of a sudden we've
okay.
Jacobs. I don't know. You have the ability, MD, to look at it. So round 3, where are you, MD? What do you got for round 3?
Hold on, fucking shut my phone off. Round 3, I gave to Daniel Jacobs.
So did I. So it
So did I.
seems so far, just, what's this? It's a quarter, or do we need one more round? Yeah, we need one more. Round 4.
That was the 10-8.
10-8. That's right. Knockdown. Everyone should have the knockdown. Let the record show that mine says knockdown 10-8. So right there, we're all pretty much dead even, except for whoever gave the first round to Gennady.
Yep.
So round
You acknowledge that second round is close too, right? You acknowledge that.
There's a lot of close rounds.
I could acknowledge that the second round is close, but we all know that the first is not. So there's obviously a clear.
How was the first round not close? Like I just
I didn't see that's close. I'm sorry, I didn't.
you okay, but that's your opinion. But like again,
you asked the question. You said, "How was the first?"
You're not scoring the jab, I guess. I mean, it's all right.
I am scoring the jab.
Okay.
I am scoring the jab.
So okay, so you're ready. So what's after the knockdown round? He definitely won round 5.
Okay, so you don't want how was round 1?
4 was 10-8. 5 is 10-9 for Golovkin. I had round 5 for Golovkin.
Agreed.
Yes, round 5. Agreed. See, so far so good. I can't wait to see where it is that he went left and off the cliff.
Round
Give me
6.
one round.
Round 6, I gave to Jacobs.
Oh,
Agreed.
so did I. Oh my God, where's he gonna go crazy at? Go ahead, round 7.
Round 7, I gave to Golovkin.
Oh,
There
Jacob.
you go. All right,
There we go.
that round 7. Where did you have round 7?
I had Jacob.
Round 5, look, they're saying round 5 they had Golovkin, which we're all right. This is what I'm saying. This is why putting the scorecards on Facebook the way ESPN and now these fights are doing with CompuBox, it's more important. There's a majority. Look, round 7 is Jacobs. So again, that round where MD is the only one that's seen it that way. Not the only one. But you're seeing this for yourself. I'm not making it up. You're seeing this in the chat. And there's a larger number of people watching the show today. So you can't say that, somehow these people in the chat are making this up. Like it's there. So we're on round 8, which is a round I gave to Golovkin. So I'll help you. So, you gave it to Golovkin there too?
Yeah.
Okay. Matt?
And round 9.
Yeah. Gave round 8 and 9 to Golovkin.
So did I. So round 10.
Round 10, I give to Jacobs.
Agreed.
So did I. Round 11.
Round 11, I give to Golovkin.
So
I
did
I.
I.
Jacob. No,
So-
I give to Jacobs.
But that's fine. That's
Round
fine.
12, I give to Golovkin too.
That is the wrong round to give Golovkin. Everyone knows that.
That's not true. And so I had him 115, 112.
Oh, all right. Can we see your round 12s, please? Who has round 12 for Golovkin? Round 12. Look. Oh, someone said, Anthony Houston. That's our editor. He said 11. He's our video editor. He said 11, 12 was both Golovkin rounds. Wow. If I didn't know you,
later rounds are weirds.
If I didn't know you,
wasn't as much action in those later rounds. That's why. And both guys were getting tired. Both guys were getting a little bit sloppy with their technique.
Lot of
rounds were tough.
if you well, there is. I don't know. We would have to count it because I'm starting to see a lot of Golovkins, but a lot of Jacobs too for that 12. Look at that. Look at that.
So it's fair to say round 12 is. Let's look.
You know what's fair to say? Check this out. Here goes what's fair to say. Based on what we all said verbally and how close these cards are, there's 2 rounds in disparity, which are round 12 and 1.
Round 2 too, though. Round 2 is a swing round.
Okay.
And don't discredit just because I decided to give it to Jacobs doesn't mean that it's not right for someone to give it to Golovkin.
I'll be honest. I thought round 3 was way closer than round 2.
That's what I'm saying. Like these rounds are close, and I gave Golovkin. 1 second. I give Jacobs a lot of the swing rounds.
But that's the point. If we're sitting here and all our scorecards are similar, and we're saying how many tight rounds there were, Jacobs, who was not supposed to make it past the 3rd round, who did not have a chin, who had never stepped up, and his fight over Peter Quillen was whack because Peter Quillen is nobody and he looked bad versus Andy Lee. You got to see all this. You got to see all this.
What do you mean? Why can't both guys win? Why can't both guys win in the end of the night? Why does it have to be a Golovkin's exposed show? I gave Jacobs his fucking credit.
Wait a minute. MD, we went over this. Don't act like this is something new. I specifically said, if he doesn't do A and fighter B does C, what happens? We asked each other these questions before the fight. I asked, was the word exposed going to be used if Jacobs was able to do this? Don't act like this is new. How could you act as if now remember
that was if he was a knockout.
Take this little piece of information out, Matt and MD, right? For so long, the world says this guy's never fought anybody, Matt. He ain't fought nobody. He's protected. He ain't fought nobody. He's protected. Then the minute he fights Daniel Jacobs, right? It's like, yo, this is his best opponent. And the Golovkin fans are saying, ha, 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 his best opponent, somebody that Prague knocked out, somebody that Mora got dropped, ha, 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 his best opponent. Then he goes 12. The world thinks he won, and we're not going to give him an immediate rematch. We're not talking immediate rematch. The man who's supposed to be a monster, just like the Crusher that was supposed to crush. This is what I'm saying.
You're so boring, Ness. You're so boring.
I know I'm boring because
you're so boring.
You want to hear?
It's simplistic.
Simplistic.
Because you're literally right. Instead of saying maybe Jacobs is better than I claimed he was, and maybe Golovkin didn't do as well as I said to go. You're going with the narrative. Well, since he won a fight, that just because whatever statistic you bring up, people thought he won, means that he is what now?
No, I'm pitching for immediate rematch. You see, you have your own agenda.
Immediate rematch?
Title. I'm saying, does Golovkin Jacobs deserve an immediate rematch, or should Golovkin move on? Based off all those scorecards, based off the facts, based off what we've seen in the ring, a man who changed his game plan. For one, let's talk about Daniel Jacobs walking his little ass down like this on the fucking Mayweather shoulder roll and pushing him like a bully, beating him down in there. This man needs to fight Daniel Jacobs again. He did not look the same, and it is only fair. It's only fair. You know it. Jacobs did things to him that we thought couldn't be done. He was, I don't want to use the word exposed because I like what Golovkin did, Matt. Excuse me. MD, hear me out.
So you had Jacobs winning by a point.
I had him winning by 1 point. That's it. But I could see you picking Golovkin in this fight because he did what he's supposed to do. See, like the rounds where Jacobs decided to put his hands down and use bravado and maybe, egg Golovkin on, and Golovkin stood disciplined and boom, popped him in the fucking face for all those mouth, facial expressions he wanted to make instead of punching. Golovkin was still fighting, still coming forward, still jabbing. So I could see you giving it to him, but it doesn't matter. This man had a perception of Mike Tyson. It failed yesterday, and a lot of people think he lost. He needs to immediate rematch the way you glorify Mayweather for doing. That's why you like Mayweather.
Which fighter?
What to do?
But this is the thing. This is
the way you want Ward to do.
The difference is
what we preach.
The difference is that the Ward fight, right? That fight was much closer, in my opinion, based on every statistical mean. Because the guy who scored the knockdown landed the more punches per round if you break it down. And I don't care whatever statistic public you bring up, because the Ward statistic had 73% of people believing that Kovalev won, right? That one that we decided not to bring up. And I'm not saying a rematch shouldn't be made, and I'm not shitting on the rematch at all. But what I'm saying is that rather than take all day today saying that he failed, he's not whatever. Just give Jacobs his credit and realize that no fighter has ever has never had a night where he didn't look what we perceive him as every single night, every single fighter.
This is 2 nights in a row. See, we were saying he got exposed with Kell Brook.
That was different. That was different.
Let me finish. I let you. We were saying he got exposed with Kell Brook. And the Golovkin fans said, ha, 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 we let little guys like Kell Brook hit us. He can't touch us. He can't hurt us. So now the same fucking performance. It's the same performance.
I mean, Ness, do you watch boxing? Do you watch boxing?
Wait a minute. So
did they fight similarly?
So you're saying that Daniel Jacobs didn't put hands on him?
Oh my God. This is the problem sometimes why it's frustrating, because you just make such straw man simplistic arguments. And do you want to analyze the sport of boxing, or you just want to go with how the public feels about certain things? Because we could do that.
What I seen. What
did you see?
I'm saying I seen Daniel Jacobs when he was disciplined, when you could hear Rozier and even his son saying box.
Kell Brook did not fight like that, Ness.
I'm not saying Kell Brook did. I'm saying we had the narrative that Kell Brook exposed him. And then you said, and so did the other Golovkin fans, no, It was because he was a welterweight and he could take his power. It wasn't exposed. He knew he was going to end him. So what happened yesterday? His hands got put on him. And you know what he said? I wanted to go 12 rounds.
Yeah, that was bullshit. And I'm
gonna show no more. You want to go 12 rounds? Oh my God,
that was bullshit. But I'm letting the people know now that Nestor Gibbs, right, with the way that he's acting, right, is how I act, right, with some fighters. And Nestor Gibbs is like, why you gotta be so negative? Why you gotta be so? I'm just letting everybody know that Nestor Gibbs is showing his true emotions. I'm cool and I'm collected. And the meltdown's happening in Ness's mind because he is trying to do something to me in this show and he's trying to pitch the colors against me. But I will stay calm, cool, and collected. And I'll let everybody know that I will not get angry at you guys for whatever you say to me. You can call me whatever the fuck you want, but I will come with the same opinion and the same facts that I go. Even that picture you show right there, you see his eye. I mean, it is what it is.
All I'm saying is 2 performances in a row. Yep. He's been touched. One of the statistics that we used to love about Golovkin is that his his defense was up there with Mayweather in terms of him being touched and him touching, right? The percentage. It seems to be going downhill after these 2 last fights. I do want to play a little quick video. Obviously it is the post fight. So just so we can hear, because again, immediate reactions are important, but the immediate rematch is what we should be seeking. And I think Daniel Jacobs deserves it. Hopefully the pay-per-view numbers are what is needed to push this one in the right direction.
And somehow you were able to climb off the deck against that Triple G knockdown and take all of his shots for the rest of the fight and never go down again. What is the difference? What's the difference in this Daniel Jacobs? How were you able to do it?
I told him he had to kill me in order to whip me out this ring.
There's the knockdown.
It was a good shot. And when I went back down, I said, oh, this is all that he has? And at times I stood toe-to-toe with him to see exactly what the power was like, what everybody was talking about. And it wasn't that bad. I got up, I fought back, and I felt like I wanted to fight.
I'm sure you want a rematch. Do you feel at this moment that you laid it all out tonight, or do you think there is yet a higher level that you can reach in a rematch against Triple G?
I'm just looking forward to the future. I think I've gained a lot of fans with this fight. Hopefully a lot of people will support me still continuously.
Who do you think won the fight?
I think I won the fight, and I think these fans support me on that decision. I think they all felt like I won the fight. I thought I won it by at least 2 rounds minimum.
You didn't think, we thought whoever won the 12th, that the fight was up for grabs in the final round. You did not feel that way?
I mean, when you're in the fight, you can't really keep pace with it, but I did feel like I was ahead on the cards, and I felt like I needed to win the last round just to kind of seal the deal. But this is boxing. Obviously, he's a bigger draw than me, and they want to make that super matchup with him and Canelo. So Daniel Jacobs probably got X'd out, but I understand that I'm the champion in this fight. I won this fight. I won the decision. But all I can do is be gracious in defeat and be gracious in my victory. And, God bless him.
So what do you think about that statement? I didn't like that. I'm glad that the crowd kind of booed. I didn't like that, he used the whole, they want to do the good
You don't
luck
think they were booing at Canelo? Like the idea of like,
I mean, maybe they were booing at him mentioning Canelo, but I think they were booing because he tried to mention that he was robbed due to Canelo and Golovkin being a bigger fight. I don't think, like I said yesterday, again, I don't think anybody who picked Golovkin is wrong because I feel that Jacobs wasn't disciplined enough. He should have stood behind a jab. He should have kept moving when he didn't. He had something to prove. He was trying to prove that Triple G couldn't knock him out and that he could knock Triple G out, but he's not as technically sound as Triple G. Triple G seems to be straighter when he lands his punches at the very least. Jacobs' punches were a little slappy. A lot of those left hooks for sure were slappy. But
I mean, listen, Golovkin is a human being. He's beatable. Like, I never said he's not beatable, right? But I think again, people again need to be careful. And we talk about the immediate rematch. I would have no problem with an immediate rematch. I don't know why we're arguing about that. I listen, like I said, Billy Joe Saunders makes more sense because of to get the belts. And like I said, David Lemieux, like any other fighter, should get a good win and then get a rematch right after. I mean, an immediate rematch is only makes sense if it makes sense from a business. Like if they have, because Golovkin has other people to fight, right? for the Ward Kovalev, like who else would they really fight right now? They're not going to fight Adonis Stevenson. There's no Billy Joe Saunders of the 175-pound division. So, I mean, does it make sense or like business sense or boxing sense to not have a rematch in that fight, right?
Do you think this fight affects like his pound for pound ranking in any way, or maybe like in your own opinion, MD? Because like
how can it if Roman Gonzalez lost as well? I mean, and because here's the thing about pound for pound rankings, and this is the thing about boxing, and this is what I said before.
About your opinion, not maybe ESPN's ranking. I'm talking about your opinion.
My opinion,
him the best fighter on the planet.
I would say only yes if another fighter has clearly jumped above as somebody else as a pound for pound great fighter. Like, and then when we look at pound for pound rankings, I mean, there's no Floyd Mayweather, right? Think about so how long we had Manny Pacquiao, Floyd Mayweather, pound for pound number 1 and 2, and then we had Klitschko was like 4, and then we had like Sergio Martinez sometimes as a size number 2, a guy who got beat by Margarito. I mean, when Floyd Mayweather left boxing, and Pacquiao, especially Floyd Mayweather, because he was there's not really like a Sugar Ray Leonard or a Roy Jones Jr., a guy at that level that's so dominant in the sport, right? So maybe Golovkin is not one of those guys. He might not be Floyd Mayweather. I mean, he won't be a Floyd Mayweather weight division. He might not be a Roy Jones Jr. He might not be Marvin Hagler. But I just think that when we're going in on criticism with him, I just think we need to be a little even keel to understand that even those guys that I mentioned have had fights that looked like this, right? And maybe he is getting older, and that is another factor. Maybe he is getting older. I will float that out there.
But MD, you gotta understand that the haters of Golovkin, who have been saying he never fought nobody, then he finally fights somebody and he gets a controversial win.
But that's bullshit because you can't say it's a nobody, right? Because people could call Prague a nobody and he knocked out Jacobs, right? That's what I'm saying. Like both people, they don't have to be right for him to not look good in this fight, at least by their standards. Like that narrative doesn't make sense now just because he didn't knock him out. Because it's intelligent. 1 second. It is unintelligent to say he's fought a nobody. But then now they fought Jacob, in their opinion, a somebody, now that he went 12 rounds and fought him to a good fight. Now they said what he was. That's discrediting Daniel Giles, like someone like, what's his name, Rubio, who went up in another weight class, right? And went 10 rounds with the Durrell brother, right? Went 10 rounds with the Durrell brother. Got knocked out in 3 rounds against Golovkin. So to say that he's fought nobody and has proved nothing before, and this is finally the guy who showed you a real Golovkin again, is not really an intelligent boxing fan's opinion. You could take that opinion, but this is my opinion, right? You could call me a dumbass or bias or whatever the fuck, but that's MD's official opinion.
All right.
Right now, it's my first test for 12th round. Did you think you needed to win the 12th round to win the fight? Did you think the fight was up for grabs?
No, this is boxing. This is boxing. I know a lot just for 12th round. I need for very quality fight. I need quality fight.
We know that you hope that your next opponent is Canelo Alvarez, should he be able to beat Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. in their upcoming fight. Is that still your desire to fight Canelo next?
Oh, of course. I'm ready. I'm very hungry. Of course, I want this fight. For this fight, I'm very mad. I'm very excited. I'm like an animal for this fight.
Would you consider at some point giving Daniel Jacobs a rematch? Most feel he came close to beating you tonight.
Of course, this is boxing. I respect him, of course. Max, I give him chance for a rematch, or if you want, of course, I'm ready.
Well, interesting enough, Max himself said most think he came close to beating you. So, again, just proving it's not a narrative.
It's a close fight. It's a close fight.
I understand, but you were trying to say that it was a narrative I'm trying to pitch, remember?
I mean, again, you said that I pitched a narrative, and you're doing the same thing. I mean, you just don't see it because you think that I'm the only person that has an obvious bias, which in fact is not true.
No, I mean.
So you admit that you do have an obvious bias, though.
I mean, this video.
I'm saying Ness assumes I have an obvious bias.
This video right
Both
here.
of you do. It's always
we all
double
do.
team. It's always tag teams.
Well, yeah, when you say things like Rubio moved up, or
he did.
He has other fights out there. It's like
he does.
Exactly. So he shouldn't.
I never said that. I said it would be.
he shouldn't avenge a controversial fight because he has other fights out there. But I have.
I mean, he should again. I'm just again, right? I mean, what do you do with the IBF? Does he sacrifice the IBF? Now all the people bitching about the IBF 10-pound weight. Now it doesn't make any sense. All the people that thought that he was going to kill David Lemieux was going to kill Curtis Stevens because he decided not to go in for the 10-pound weigh-in. Now they don't give a fuck. They suddenly just don't give a fuck.
No,
I never gave a fuck. I never gave a fuck about it, so I don't give a fuck. But the people who gave a fuck need to shut the fuck up because your bias is obvious.
I think a majority of people just don't give a fuck. And
That's not true. How many times on air did we hear that shit about the Lemieux Curtis Stevens?
Friday, MD. I don't know if you were on it or not. Seems like you were not on it since you want to talk about something that is old. I want to play this because this confirms Golovkin's next fight, which is not an immediate rematch, which is,
Can I do a question from Europe? Obviously, you've got 3 of the middleweight world belts, and we know that you've said you want to win the WBO belt held by Billy Joe Saunders. Would it be the perfect fight for you next to go back to your homeland and fight our compatriot Billy Joe Saunders in Kazakhstan and possibly unify the division there?
Hopefully, this is my dream fight. My goal is all the belts in the middleweight division. All the belts. Of course, Billy Joe Saunders is my last step for my dream. Of course, I wanted this fight. Hopefully, this fight I have in Kazakhstan, I bring to Kazakhstan.
Would you like that fight next?
100%. Yes.
Well, and as we've already done 2 shows on the June Kazakhstan fight with Billy Joe Saunders. I mean, the last step. Or the last piece of the puzzle was obviously Gennady being successful last night, and he has, only public outcry I think would stop an immediate rematch. But to be fair, MD, Jacobs didn't sound like he wanted the rematch, right? He just kept saying like, I'm excited to see what the future has. Hopefully my stock went up, people seeing what I did, but it wasn't like, yeah, I want the rematch. I deserve it. I beat this guy. I could show it. I could prove it in the next one. Maybe, it's probably a business tactic too, to not, to see how things play out. I don't know. What did you guys think of Jacobs not basically, saying he deserved it or, trying to make it something, I don't know, a bigger deal?
I thought Jacobs was assuming he wasn't going to get the rematch. The instant rematch. That's to me what I saw. I saw a guy that was like, I lost the opportunity. I don't have an instant rematch clause. He has Canelo out there. Like, he's not going to fight me. Like, that's
true. There is no rematch clause. We did report that on one of our shows.
The only person that has given rematches, right? A top fighter, I guess you would consider a superstar fighter, or
my name is Floyd. My name is Floyd. My name is Money Mayweather.
Exactly. Canelo doesn't give rematches. When Oscar De La Hoya fought, I forgot the name of the African fighter that took him to hell and back in the day. You know that name? What? No, the guy from Ghana.
Corte, right?
Yeah, Corte, right? He didn't give Corte a rematch, right? And that fight was, that's what I'm saying. Like, Floyd Mayweather, as much as people think that I'm a Floyd Mayweather hater, and I don't like him necessarily about some of the things that he's done outside the ring and some of the things that he chooses to do around boxing. He's the only one that has given guys immediate rematches. So, like Ness says, I'm okay with the rematch, but I understand that if it doesn't happen for a fight like Jacobs, I'm okay with it. Not Jacobs, for a fight like Billy Joe Saunders, I'm okay with that because Daniel Jacobs is still right there. He could get a David Lemieux fight and knock him out. He could get another fight and do well, right? So Daniel Jacobs has fights too now. So I think an immediate rematch, in your opinion, makes sense, and I wouldn't hate it. But Golovkin has other fights, and I thought Golovkin won by a sizable enough margin that I think that, but it also was competitive enough that I would be okay with a rematch, right? Is that a fair thing for me to say? Yeah, are rematches immediately needed to given? Leo Santa Cruz and Carl Frampton are rematching again, right? That's weird.
But they did have an instant rematch.
They did have an instant.
I know, but then why doesn't Leo? Or aren't we demanding Leo to give Carl another shot?
I think a lot of the fans have been saying.
I know why.
That's even worse because it's 1-1.
I know why. That was a poor choice for you to pick because the loser is trying to demand. Now, yes, there was a verbal agreement when the winner, who is the loser now, but that was amongst them too, not even amongst their teams. It was just like, yo, we're going to have this first fight. And if whoever wins, whatever, we'll do the rematch. And even the last one, we could do it in Belfast. So then Carl was like, yo, hopefully Leo comes to Belfast. And that's why it's not happening. But like, yo, they both did it an immediate.
So if Golovkin,
any controversy in that anyway, that's a poor example because Leo just lost the first one.
I know, but he won the first one.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It was a poor example. This is a controversial fight where the public deems a rematch. That was the fight where Carl, as a man, was like, you know what? Let's do it again. Not because it was a tight fight. So,
but how is that any different? There, it's 1-1. Like, I mean, I get what you're saying, but what do you mean? It's 1-1. One guy clearly won one fight. One guy clearly won the second fight. So the third fight should determine the better one, right? I mean, does that not make sense to you guys?
We're talking about the first fight going to the second fight. We're not talking about the second fight going to the third
Correct.
fight.
And it's interesting you said that, and thank you, because I agree with you. Now, if there's talks for a rematch and they're negotiating and Jacobs is demanding things, now you just said on air that if Jacobs starts demanding shit, then he's fucking around, right?
Only difference in this fight, and allow me to speak so you can listen, the only difference would be pay-per-view numbers. If the numbers are greater than when Lemieux and Golovkin fought, it's obvious that Jacob had an influx of something to do with it. So, yes, he could demand. But if the numbers are beneath,
you don't think Golovkin's gotten any bigger since that fight? So you think
I'm not saying it's all Jacobs, bro, but we know how business works, man. If the numbers
do know how business works.
Yeah, if the number's bigger than the last one, Jacobs has a little pool. Let's switch it up. We got some other topics because we did burn it up. We're gonna have to run through these other topics very quickly now because there's a lot of people out there. But Chocolatito has been defeated. I didn't score this one. I just didn't score this one. It didn't have the same amount of appeal as Golovkin. I know that's bad, but that's why we got a hipster on
size. It didn't have the same amount of size.
Well, I watched it every round, and the only thing I can say, and I know it's going to be an ignorant comment because I did not score it, and that's why I'm being very clear and honest about me not scoring it. But I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, Nelta. I'm sorry, all you guys out there that like this guy. Like, I'm not seeing it, man. I'm not like, and maybe it's because I don't know these opponents, but this flat-footed dude, they call Danny Garcia flat. Do you see this dude? I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name, Matt, but you see this dude ever winning, multiple division titles and being the brand or the any of these other, like, come on, man. Like, yo, this dude was just
a champion.
He was there to be hit, bro.
Dude,
he was flat-footed.
No, hold on. Srisaket.
He had a lot of power, Matt. He had a lot of power. I'm not.
Srisaket was beating Carlos Cuadras until the cut stopped that fight.
Listen to me.
So let's put that in perspective. This guy that just beat Roman Gonzalez was beating up Carlos Cuadras until he had a cut that the ref stopped the fight based on.
That's okay, right? What I'm saying is, if you're telling me somebody's pound for pound, they're not supposed to be getting touched this way. He's getting touched too much. This is 2 fights back to back where I pay close attention, and he's being touched bad.
Is Muhammad Ali the best heavyweight of all time?
How many more fights?
Is Muhammad Ali the best heavyweight of all time?
Of all time?
I know, but like enough, Ness, enough. Like I said, Floyd Mayweather is one of the best boxers to ever fight. But again, pound for pound doesn't necessarily mean the best defensive fighter in the world, right? I'm just letting you know that. So it's a little general to just say that.
Well, okay. Well, looking at it from that perspective of like, it doesn't have to be like you could just be an offensive pound for pound whiz. I guess so. Then yeah, because he was coming from behind. He came from a knockdown. So yeah, he showed his offensive skill, but it's the punches landed on him that I don't like, especially from a dude that needs to be set to release. This guy, Sircat or Sister Cat or Kit Kat, he has to have his feet planted, and he's coming from the torso. Like, he's very open for counters, man. You could just
was being countered.
Yeah, but he was staying in the fire. He was
Roman Gonzalez. That's his style. But that's his style, though. Like you have to realize that. Like,
that's my point.
I'm agreeing with MD on this one. Like you can't.
But Matt, that's my point. How are you pound for pound if you don't have gears? You should be able to switch every time there's a danger. That's why you're pound for pound, because
some guys don't avoid the danger. Like that's the thing. Like some guys go into the fire. Like that's like, and
that's pound for pound. Ruslan would never be pound for pound for me.
That's fine then, because pound for pound's a subjective list that is of your opinion. I never said Roman Gonzalez was pound for pound number one.
Wait, I'm sorry, Matt. I'll let you talk. Matt, see, that's a bullshit argument because you're obviously picking a fighter who has very little technical skill. You know what I'm saying? Like you can put on Ruslan Provodnikov, right, and then talk about Roman Gonzalez because obviously Roman Gonzalez is way more talented.
You're gonna base it on a dude having will and throwing punches.
Nobody said will. I just said you don't have to be a defensive wizard to be a pound for pound fighter.
Ruslan isn't a defensive wizard.
Was Manny Pacquiao when he was running through the Hall of Fame Mexican fighters a defensive wizard? No. Was he pound for pound?
He wasn't
yes.
Like this. He wasn't getting hit like this.
I thought he was against Marquez.
And when
Marquez
he
5 times.
Yeah, Marquez, Hall of Famer, first ballot. Srisaket Kit Kat will never be in the fucking.
That makes sense. Now that when you articulate your argument a little more like that I could agree with you on that.
Yo, this guy never. This guy was a plus 1250, bro.
Okay.
Respect.
Vegas was a plus 800. What? Like, come on. Like, are we really gonna use Vegas odds to determine how good a fighter is? Fuck that. Come on. You're not Vegas odds. You're a boxing fan. Be a boxing fan.
Yo, bro, Vegas odds were right. You and I didn't think Jacobs was gonna make it out the fight, man. What are you talking about?
What do you mean Vegas odds were right? If Vegas odds were right, then that would have been a minus odd, not a plus something figure. You wouldn't have got plus money.
Listen to me. What happened last night wasn't supposed to happen in the eyes of every boxing fan. There were few people that thought this man would not get knocked out. That's what I'm saying. There's obvious upsets in boxing. That's why it's beautiful. Things like what we're discussing with Roman and Jacobs happen, but those odds are normally right. Get out of here with that bullshit, man.
No, I'm saying the odds aren't always right. Come on, we have to admit that. And like you as a boxing fan,
but Roman didn't really lose.
Hold on, let me finish. You're cutting me off, man.
Really lose, was he robbed?
I think it was controversial. I'm not gonna say it was robbed. Because I'll be honest, like this was the first fight where I've ever scored 10-10 rounds. And I hate.
There you go, right there. He was fucking.
I hate 10 rounds.
Score no 10, man.
No, come on. Like,
is it because they're so small? Honestly, like I'm not trolling. Is it because they're so small, right? The work sometimes looks so weird that it's harder to score these guys. I swear to you, Ness.
No.
It's hard, Ness. It's hard to watch them.
I think that the work looks so equal at times.
It was easy to score this fight if you would have watched because the punches, they both were landing very clear shots. No one was.
No, I did watch this fight, right? And I thought that Roman Gonzalez, the blood, I think, affected the scoring, unfortunately.
I had Gonzalez winning. I had Gonzalez winning.
Yeah, me too. Like I thought he won the fight close, but I thought the blood affected the scoring. That's the only reason I could see whatever his name is winning because obviously Roman Gonzalez's face was more of a mess because the headbutts, right?
Yeah, those were two ugly headbutts too. The one in the top of the head, I mean, he got lucky with the one in the eye too because it was on kind of on the side. But I mean, look, I'm not going to spend too much time on that. Even this other guy, Cuadras, Matt, where you going? Don't you go nowhere. This guy was getting
here. Don't worry. I'm just like, you guys keep cutting me off. So if you guys want to talk about these hipster topics, man.
No, you know what? I'm going to say this and open it up, and you go back and take both of those topics for you long-windedly because you have to tell me. You're giving Srisaket, points for almost beating Cuadras, you said, or he did beat Cuadras?
No, he didn't beat him, but he was beating him, and then the ref stopped it due to a cut.
Okay, so you're giving him points for almost beating Cuadras, right?
Yeah.
Where this other opponent who Cuadras beat, he was almost beating Cuadras too.
Yeah, that was a shocker. That was
that was a shocker. Or maybe Cuadras ain't that fucking good, and neither is Gonzalez, bro. That's all I'm saying. I mean, if we gotta say things like, oh well, he's more offensive than defensive, like yo, complete fighter is complete fighter. If you're gonna tell me somebody's just
Roman Gonzalez is a complete fighter, like I never said those words.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can't be pound for pound without being complete.
And I never said he was pound for pound number one.
All right, my aggression is dictated at.
For like the hipster fans, the real hipster fans?
No, HBO for selling my casual listeners the garbage. They're the ones putting this dude on TV.
Garbage. That was a great fight. He's a great champion.
I'm not saying the fight was garbage. The narrative is garbage that he's.
Oh yeah, I'll agree with that.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, like it's HBO. You know how they do. Like they're always going to get on their knees and like give their guys the best. You know that's why they were favoring Triple G so much in this fight. That's why they were favoring Roman Gonzalez so much in this fight. Like, and I really had to turn off the commentary on the second rewatch of Roman Gonzalez Srisaket because I just needed that off. I wanted a more unbiased.
Getting on their knees is a very politically incorrect statement.
Well, that's cool. I don't give
the gay community.
I don't give a fuck. And no, it doesn't, because anyone can give a blowjob. Anyways, I digress. I think that Roman
If a man gives a blowjob, he's gay. So that's what you just said.
Well, a woman can give a blowjob.
You guys,
Well, what's your fucking point, MD? I'm trying to talk here, man. Like, seriously.
Go ahead, Matt.
But I thought that if you look at the fight without the sound off, it's obviously a little bit harder to dictate which punches are the most effective because of the sound. There's the lack of sound. And that's a sensory item that you don't have when dictating the fight or looking at the fight. But I thought that both guys had really equal work throughout. I thought Roman Gonzalez did much better work, excluding that knockdown in the first half of the fight. And I thought Srisaket really took it on him, and that the body work to Roman Gonzalez was really affecting him in the second half of the fight. And Srisaket was a top 10, arguably top 5 super flyweight. So I'm not too upset about the idea that this guy beat Roman Gonzalez. Like, there were people thinking that this guy could give Roman Gonzalez a tougher test than Cuadras, just from a style standpoint. And
Let's MD. I mean, excuse me, Matt. You know these guys, and that's fair. But let's not forget that we know the business. We know how things work. So let me just pitch a little. What is it called? Conspiracy theory here.
Ooh.
Or just a theory, not conspiracy. Here's my theory, right, MD? Isn't it traditional of HBO when they have a guy like Cuadras and Roman Gonzalez who had a good fight, and the public demands a rematch, but the A side wants just a little more money, so they marinate it. How? By highlighting one guy and the other guy, similar to what we seen yesterday. Typically, HBO is intelligent enough to, not approve a dangerous opponent as to upset the apple cart and future plans of said Gonzalez and Cuadras. So even though Matt's the hipster and he watches the fights, I just ask you and the public, how good is Srisaket if HBO is approving him to be a losing opponent that won't jeopardize the bigger Gonzalez Cuadras fight? I'm just saying, let's stop acting like these dudes are fucking good when they're just some little dudes who come very cheap to a network with a $28 million budget, and these guys come in cheap. They come in cheap.
That's
$100,000 fighters, man.
The problem that I have with that. See, I admit that I'm ignorant of the small weight fighters. So that's why I let Matt. I'm not as interested as Matt is. So I let Matt talk, but I will never say things like that because you're like, I mean, it's relative, right? Size is relative. Like how good they are is relative, and there's a market for them. And typically in Japan, so we don't know as much about them. So, I mean, I'm sorry that they didn't have to bring in a Francisco Vargas, right? A guy who's a bum to give Danny Garcia a tune-up on HBO on a PBC card. Samuel Vargas. I forgot his name because he's such a bum, honestly. Relative to Daniel Garcia, obviously. So I don't know. Matt's the one who said that he wasn't a bad fighter, but at least Matt has a narrative, right, to say that he wasn't such a bad fighter. It wasn't like that, again, I think rather than you just dismissing them as shit and cheap and chicken.
No, I never said any of that. I never said. The only word you see, that's how you guys always.
You did the same thing to me all the time.
That's how you guys always paint me as a bad guy. I specifically said not as good, not as good. And the narrative that I'm pitching is that neither of the guys on this card were as good as advertised. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they're bums. I learned a long time ago, and anybody who's listened to the show and has grown with me, I don't call fighters bums anymore. The minute I started going to the gyms and fucking training with them, I can't because I can't do the shit that they do. So stop with the BS. I'm coming at HBO and the boxing politics.
Just to clarify your point, are you saying that these guys aren't overall as skilled as these higher weight guys that you see more often, and therefore that's why they're not good fighters? Or are you saying that they're not good in their division? Like, you're saying that these guys aren't even top in their, like, what are you saying, like, when you're saying that they're not good?
You know what? I'm going to sound more ignorant than ever. I am being honest. I don't even know what I'm saying in terms of pinpointing it down. I can't tell you if these guys are not as good compared to welterweights, or is it these guys not?
Let's just say it. They fail the eye test.
Whether it's not these guys are not that good in their division, it's just like when I'm looking at them because of what was told to me. Because to be honest, people could call me a casual. Yes, I'm a casual. I never heard of this dude that's 115 pounds that's moved up 3 weight divisions or 4 already, which means he started somewhere at 105. Where the hell was I watching him? No, I wasn't watching him. So just like every other casual, I digested my boxing news from HBO about this guy, and I was told he was great. That's it. When you attach pound for pound, you're telling me someone's great. So I want to see greatness. At least MD with you, there's not an argument in terms of MD. I mean, in terms of Golovkin, because like I could be an asshole and say he's not great because of what we seen yesterday, or I could be an intelligent boxing fan and still see the greatness in him. But yo, to keep selling me that Gonzalez is great, it's like getting crazy at this point. You know what I'm saying?
Really? You think that based off the eye test alone, that Triple G is obviously deserves to be in the pound for pound discussion, but Roman Gonzalez doesn't? I just don't see that, to be honest. I don't know how you
again. You know why you don't see
it? I understand. Well, I understand that you're agreeing to
it. I'm gonna explain. I know why you don't see it, Matt. Is because you watch those fighters. You know Srisaket and Kit Kat. I don't know them.
But that's dangerous, Ness, for you to say that, because you're just saying, like, Matt essentially wins at a debate by default when you pose it that way. I'm just letting you know, right?
Yeah, because I'm telling you, I'm not educated in those divisions like you, MD. I'm not even interested.
I'm just not as dismissive. I'm not as dismissive as you, and that's what I'm saying. Like,
but I'm the consumer. That's what you don't get.
Right.
HBO needs to sell me. And when you tell me that a product is great and then I'm seeing that it's not great, I have an issue. But we don't have to stay hung up. We spoke about everybody except Michael Conlan and Conor McGregor. Obviously, I don't care really about McGregor. It's really cool, though, that he came with Conlan and he walked him out and he was in the ring. That was awesome in terms of passing the torch type of thing, helping him get.
And it was promoted well. We should.
Yeah. And typically that place only has 4,400 as the sellout. Somehow they squeezed another 1,000 in there, so it was 5,400 in that arena. I went back and watched the fight, which was aired on Unimas. I had it on DVR. This is what I'm telling you. See, this is the difference between and I know I'm gonna get so much shit. Oh my God, they're gonna disrespect me with this statement. They're gonna call me all types of names. But Conlan was promoted as this big thing, right? Almost Zeus shimming like. He lived up to it. When I watched him, MD, I could see skill. When I watched him, I'm not seeing pro debut. Even though he was wide, even though he missed a couple of more shots than I would like. I could see skill, man. I could see skill. He was a little over anxious with his right hand, but he landed it a lot. He's in shape like a motherfucker, and I like his attitude. He's cocky. Listen, you could tell from watching it on TV how the atmosphere was, and he's a showman. You can see that. The way that he won the fight, the way that he, walked around, his bravado. I love it all. That is true advertisement. That I don't feel like I was lied to with this grand Michael Conlan, he's invading New York, the Irish, he's bringing McGregor. Like, what would it have been like if this dude's performance would have been flat? And I'm not talking about knockout. It's not about knockout. I'm just saying he looked.
I wouldn't say what if. We've seen it with Schming, right?
Exactly.
We've seen it, and it just happens that it was overseas. But yeah, I mean, like I said, when you're a promoter, you take risks. And Bob Arum invested, right? You said that he has the next 5 St. Patrick's Day bookings, right, for that area.
Yep.
So he does pass the eye test, and I thought that stoppage was early, but I mean, he looks good. His opponent wasn't on his level, but hopefully he could be something, good, just because it helps bring boxing more to the mainstream. And it does, obviously, and I know, Ness, you're dismissive of MMA, but like Conor McGregor is mainstream. And being attached to Conor McGregor is almost like being attached to Floyd Mayweather at this point, right?
Listen, Conlan might have fought a bum, which I don't use that term, right? But the way that he went about his attack, he had a good stab jab to the body. He mixed it up and down. Matt, did you not watch this? You haven't said a word.
No, sorry. I was texting Canadian Jose because, he always just wants to text me. Talking about how he's going to fight MD.
Yeah, are you trying to give him the inside?
Dude, I'm telling you, run away, dude. I'm telling you, run away. Get out of there. But anyways, no, I thought he did look good. I agree with the sentiment of that it didn't look like a pro debut. I didn't really think about that until I think you said it, Ness. But you're right. Like the guy looked like he was about 5 fights into his career or 6 fights into his career. Like still young, still early in his career, but still he looked way more seasoned than a pro debut.
I know, man. I just can't believe what's the word, man? It's like that confidence that he had, and not only that, like
bravado. That's the best term, bravado.
Yes, I used bravado earlier, but it just felt like he was at home, MD. Like, again, it didn't feel like a pro debut. I'm like, yo, with all those people too, he was just so composed.
Yeah, but I assume like the way it was, like it was all like positive energy, and like it was St. Paddy's Day and Irish, like
everyone's drunk.
Essentially, like Matt, like this is what we call a good form of nationalism, right? Nationalism is not always bad. It's good in this sense that it's positive energy that they get behind their fighters, and it's awesome. Wouldn't it be awesome for you to have that bullshit issue in the Olympics where it was a robbery? You're known for like this picture flicking the guy off or whatever, and then your pro debut, you kind of are like saying like, well, fuck that shit. These people are behind me, and I'm going to start my way as a pro fighter. So let's hope that
I love that picture, by the way.
It's a good picture. So let's just hope he progresses in a positive way. And Bob Arum seems to be doing the right things to get him to be a player in the pro games, right?
And he wasn't. Whoever got him and Conor McGregor together deserve a big paycheck, because him just being there, his presence there, brought so much media attention to that event that any sort of pro debut on Unimas would have never fucking got.
Let me ask you. You think that these promoters are intelligent enough? You know how Adrian Broner and Mayweather, they go to these nightclubs and they charge 10, 20,000 to do a walkthrough. Couple of hours, I'm at your event. You say it, you put me on a flyer. You think Bob's intelligent enough to reach out to Conor, maybe say, hey, can you do this? And if Conor's not interested, forget not interested. What if, hey, can you come to this fight and, just give him the red carpet, MD? I'm talking about pay the flight, hotel. Like, hey, I'm going to put you up. Just come with Conlan.
I agree. Yes, but I would have to then just, I guess, do some investigation and just, I guess, understanding or educate myself that was Conor McGregor boys with him and behind him prior going to the Olympics and prior for him signing as a top rank, because
that I know of.
Okay, so we don't know.
The Olympics part, not the top rank, but definitely after the Olympics, Michael Conlan.
But and Ireland's Ireland's a small country. It's not huge, right? It doesn't have the population that that England has, that the UK does, right? If you obviously take a Northern Ireland out of the picture, if you look at the population, but I don't know. Well, why not? If I'm Conor McGregor, if Bob Arum's willing to give me a free hotel room and a flight,
that was all hypothetical. I'm not saying he did that.
No, it's not beyond the realm of possibilities.
That's what I was wondering. I mean,
it's not like nefarious or anything like that. That's just smart. Like there's
smart promoting. It would be smart. I mean, the whole card was smart. I mean, it looked great. Conlan he showed up.
And over 5,000 people, man. That's insane.
5,400 was the official number.
I heard over 2,500 Irishmen came, or Irish people came from Ireland. That's insane. For a pro debut, a guy to almost bring 3,000 people on planes across a fucking ocean. Insane.
I respect this guy. He's my favorite fighter. Very good quality fight. I need this too. I need the 12 rounds.
You know who went 12 rounds and looked good? I wouldn't say quality, right? But somehow earned himself an eliminator. Was Amir Mansour and Travis Kauffman. We were speaking of attendance. This was empty, bro. I thought that this would have some fight fans there because Amir Mansour was typically a 5,000 to 6,000. 4,000 people go to see him in Delaware. This fight was in Pennsylvania, and no one made that trip. There were more Travis Kauffman fight fans there at this Bounce TV card.
I've never even met anybody in my life from Delaware, though. I'm not gonna lie, though.
Omar Douglas is from Delaware.
Okay, all right.
That's one.
It's one. Well, I've never met him, but
I think Tyrone Davis is also from Delaware.
it's just one of those states, right? It's just really small.
Yeah, Cameron Davis is from Delaware.
You know what's not good about Delaware? It's Commonwealth, So I mean, they make their own rules and shit.
Yeah,
got to be careful. But Amir Mansour won a 12-round unanimous decision. I believe it was unanimous.
Yes. Or it was a majority decision. I think there was one scorecard of a draw, and then the other two had it unanimously to Amir Mansour. I could be wrong.
I was live, and then I went back and watched it today. I mean, if you can't knock out Travis Kauffman, how long are you going to last in the heavyweight division? And I believe he's 44 years old. I interviewed him. I'm there. I'm working. I got to interview him. He's ranting about this being his third WBC eliminator and how he deserves a shot at Wilder. So, obviously Bermane Stiverne is ranked higher and is already the mandatory. He had some interesting things to say about Bermane, but neither of these fights are sexy for Wilder. And man, I don't want to, burst Amir Mansour's bubble. I know, like, at 44 years old, you're kind of looking for that big payday because you need that last hurrah. You want to, that retirement package, as me and MD like to say. But he turned down $300,000 already. We spoke about it on our interview. You can check it out on the YouTube or just go to ThaBoxingVoice.com/videos. He turned down $300,000 once already, and at 44, I think he would really be hurt. He didn't show me anything that would keep Wilder off of him. I know that in the past he's shown power with that one-punch knockout of Fred Cassie and a couple of other journeyman style fighters. But again, if you can't knock out a game 12-week training camp of Travis Kauffman, who still isn't like Mr. Olympia in the body, even with 12 weeks of training camp, like talking about the upper echelon of any division isn't probably what you should be doing. Who was on this card, and I'm very interested in him, was Cordell Booker. Cordell Booker, you could go to, again, ThaBoxingVoice.com/videos for and search him sparring with Sean Porter if you didn't watch the Bounce TV fight, and for whatever reason, it's not sexy enough, but it should be.
Yes, that's quick question. Was Wilder there scouting his next opponent?
No, he wasn't.
Oh, okay.
What is interesting is that Cordell Booker already at this age faced another undefeated fighter, and we know his brother, which is Omar Alim, I believe, the one that won the WBC eliminator versus Ivan Heatroff, who is now Gennady Golovkin's mandatory. Which, man, that fight might look a lot better now based off what we've seen. Alim is green, but the point is, Alim's brother was in there with Booker. That was a good fight. If you guys got Bounce TV, if you watch, if you could get it on the DVR or something, good fight. Did you watch it, MD? Did you have time for this one?
MD did not watch it. He had a busy weekend. But before we get to the callers, because this is our last topic, I'm going to remind you guys again to hit thumbs up, share this great content, because unlike myself, I did not duck last night. If there's more resources and there's more accessibilities, maybe I would be on more shows like this, even though you guys hate me. So
yeah,
you're burnt to Nessamat, not,
MD is,
but I listen, I love myself. That's all that matters, right?
No, you can hear it. You can.
Yeah, we know you love yourself, man. You don't have to tell us.
I do love myself.
Anytime you talk in third person,
you guys should,
anytime you're talking in third person, you totally love yourself. He's like, MD did not watch it. MD had a busy week.
I didn't even notice that, man. Did he really refer to himself in the third person?
Yeah, he said MD.
Oh my God.
No, and he kind of R&B'd it. It was like a little R&B. He was like, MD did not watch it. MD had a busy week. And then he had the cowbell in the cup, and he kind of like jingled it.
Cowbells are dirty, to be honest, right there in my washer. So, I just have ice cubes.
That's disappointing.
Plebeian status.
Let me all right. So any other topics that didn't make the top 5, Matt?
There was no big headline news that I saw when we were playing the show, so we should be good for the callers, unless something broke while we were on air, but I doubt that.
Well, let's open up those phone lines.
These calls are brought to you by El Camino Electrical Services, experts in electric vehicle charging stations. For consultations and turnkey installation, visit us at elcaminoelectricalservices.com.
Remember that number 1-425-569-5241. Add Nestor Gibbs on Skype, NESTORGIBBS.
I respect this guy. You know, he's my favorite fighter. You know, very good quality fight. You know, I need this too. I need this all round.
Blackface, talk to me in the UK.
Yeah, respect to everyone listening in the past, present, or future. I just want to say respect to you guys for moving these shows, I think 1 hour earlier. It starts over here now at around 11 p.m. Just makes it a little bit easier.
You should thank daylight savings time, not us, but
yeah, that's how America rolls, man. They just turn it back. But hey, whatever works for you guys is we love it.
Oh, okay. Well, let me just say, Blackface was wrong. Didn't score the fight. I didn't think there'd be need to score the fight. I thought GGG would win by brutal, savage beheading, but you know it didn't really go that way. Although, when it went to decision, I had no doubt in my mind that I thought GGG won the fight, even though I didn't score it. So I just want to get that out there. It just reminds me of when you used to be there's like a big bad bully in the playground, and he's used to fucking everybody up. And then some guy comes along and lays off a couple of swings and goes, you know, longer than the big bad bully's used to. And then people want to say that the big bad bully lost. He didn't lose. It's just someone just did better than everyone else that we was expecting. I think GGG was he did show a lot of discipline though, because I thought maybe as a fight gone on, he would get more frustrated and stuff. But I never really seen him frustrated in there. Jacobs was the one who, to me, that didn't really seem disciplined and stuff and was going wild and letting his emotions come out in the fight. But GG was just calm, cool, and collected. Regardless of who you feel won, you have to overcome all styles. When you want to be a great fighter, you have to overcome all boxing styles. If you want to be real about this, Triple G beat a guy who just came off the best victory of his career, so you have to give him credit for that as well. Potentially, GGG could have found his nemesis in Jacobs. I know we wanted the Canelo fight and such, but in my personal opinion, he should rematch Daniel Jacobs. Floyd gave us Pac-Man also gave us the rematch of Juan Manuel Marquez. He didn't have to. And you got people out here, such as Canelo. Canelo didn't give Lara a rematch. Danny Garcia didn't give Herrera his rematches either. And I think giving people rematches when you have fights like this enhances your legacy. Whether it's an immediate rematch or, you know, in a couple fights, fine. But I think he definitely needs to rematch him. And also, I think when people are interviewing GGG, I think they need to give him chance to answer in his own language. I think when they're asking questions, even though the guy's interpreting for him, even though his English is good, sometimes I think he struggles to relay and say what he wants to say in English. I think if they let him speak in his native tongue, I think they'll get better response from him. So, I just thought I'll give you guys a call in regards to that. So, yeah, that's my call. Sometimes we do get it wrong, but that's okay. It's the only way to figure out if you want to do something right.
Blackface, you convinced me. I want an immediate rematch right now. You convinced me.
What convinced you exactly?
No, I'm just kidding. I mean, I agree with almost every single thing you said in that fight, especially the fact that you don't score fights based on the fighter doing better than what you expected. So I agree with this call 100%.
All right, let's get out to Amin. What's going on, Amin?
What's going on, fellas? Yo, last night we was in, on Patreon scoring the fight. I think that was dope. That was my first time doing that.
Yo, that was amazing, right?
Yeah, man.
I'm going to do that all the time now, bro. That was dope. I'm going to do that all the time.
You got to. You know, I don't anybody, but it's a couple callers. I'm not saying it like that. We all fam and all, but there's a couple callers that, they got real slick at the mouth. Like, oh, my God, if you don't know who Chocolatico is, then you don't know who boxing is. Oh, my God. And even when I called, That's what I'm saying. Nobody directed nothing towards me personally, but it's like people got to respect the fact that even as hardcore as Chocolatico, like you can't just take the narrative that a particular source is feeding you. He's a good boxer, but just because Jim Lampley put him on his pound for pound and we watched him in a couple good fights, cool, but you don't say pound for pound and somebody's not as close to the total package as they can be. So everybody that was cock blowing Chocolatico, there you go. Congratulations, you played yourself. Beyond that, though, this Jacobs Golovkin.
Do you think he was robbed, though? That's a real question. Was he robbed?
Do I think Jacobs was robbed?
No.
Yeah, I do.
Chocolatito.
No, Chocolatito.
No, Chocolatico was not robbed.
Really?
But Jacobs was.
I didn't score it. I told you I didn't score it. And MD, you didn't even watch it. Did you watch it?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I did. I didn't watch it when I did watch it. I just didn't. I didn't score it, but I definitely thought that he won more rounds. And I thought, besides that knockdown in the first round, which if you think the knockdown was
a bullshit narrative, it was a bullshit narrative beyond the knockdown. HBO, of course, Lampley's cleaning it up. Don't let the blood give you the perception that he's losing, because he's not losing that much. Like, come on, man. It's a bunch of bullshit.
You don't think blood doesn't change the perception of a fighter? I mean,
it doesn't change the perception of how the blood is being drawn. Changes the perception. The motherfucker was getting hit, and yeah, the headbutt caused it.
Okay.
The headbutt; those were some nasty headbutts. I'm not saying that the headbutts didn't cause it, but after that, it also changed the way that Chocolatico fought. So, it's two parts. If the guy was flat foot and when he planted to throw punches, Chocolatico was right in front of him and he didn't change. He didn't turn over into another gear. He just didn't turn it up to another level against a guy. I mean, he was the mover. He should have been the guy that was light on his feet, throwing punches in and out. And he stopped going to the body. That's what lost him the fight. When he stopped going to the body to set up the headshots, that's when the other guy took over. I don't want to butcher his name, but that's what changed the fight. And that's why I could see how they had the other guy, how they gave him the fight. Because Chocolatico, he stopped going to the body, and his headshots weren't as impactful. As a matter of fact, when he had the guy, maybe I think it was like between the 6th and the 8th round, he was going to the body so much so he was taking the guy's head off. Then he stopped going to the body, inexplicably.
So, I mean, Canelo, Saunders, or immediate rematch for Gennady?
You know what? I say Canelo's going to run. It should be Saunders, but I'd like to see Jacobs and Lemieux before I see the Triple G rematch, personally.
So you don't want immediate rematch. So you do want Canelo Saunders.
GGG Saunders. That's what he said.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, GGG Saunders. Yeah.
All right.
I'm not. I wouldn't mind.
All right, I mean, well, I want to thank you, obviously, for calling in, my friend. Good call. Let's see. We're going to go down the line here. Who we have? We got Larry in San Francisco. Talk to us.
Hey, big ups to the Boxing Voice. And Ness, they changed the name of the city for today. It's not San Francisco. It's Crowville. So Larry from Crowville is how I should be addressed today. Hey, I sold a lot of Wolves tickets. I guaranteed that Chocolatito would win this fight wide, and I knew that Triple G would knock out Daniel Jacobs. So before we move on anywhere, let me get that crow. I was very pleasantly surprised at what Sor Rungvisai and Daniel Jacobs brought last night. Rungvisai is an absolute beast. He threw everything with authority and with power, and every shot was a power shot, and it affected Roman. The stepping up in weight definitely has something to do with it, but I just thought Rungvisai was a good fighter. Roman tried to come back. He did the things that he normally does, but simply did not overcome, and I do agree with the decision on that. So I must admit, and admit it, I did not score either fight. I watched them both. I enjoyed them. I did not score round by round either fight. With the Triple G and Jacobs fight, Daniel Jacobs has some explaining to do. because he looked really, really good last night. I know he's been a good fighter up to now, but he showed some exceptional hand speed and lateral movement. Somebody on Twitter told me that he had faster hands than Kell Brooks, and I told him they were tripping. But I had to tweet and apologize last night because his hands were light and fast. And if he had jabbed more, I think he would have got the decision because he had a good one last night too. At the end of the day, I think it's premature to go in talking about Triple G's a bum, but definitely he's got to come down at least 4 or 5 notches on the pound for pound because you got to get a knockout last night to solidify your spot there. Last but not least, absolutely no immediate rematch. It would be a great fight, but there's way, way too much money involved. Kazakhstan is throwing a whole national festival, and they're paying big money, and that's why they're getting Saunders over for that. And then it's Canelo after that. So, yeah, I agree with Amin. Let's do Jacobs and David Lemieux next, and let's see who comes out of that. And then they can fight the winner of Canelo GGG next year. And with that said, I'm out.
Larry, great call, brother. Way to keep some time thinking of your fellow neighbor here in our little Boxing Voice community. Speaking of community, let's get to our alumni. Unless my co-hosts want to interject anything said that I want to make you guys,
We do have a ringer.
I'll get to him right after this caller. MD, anything? Anybody? Nobody? I don't want to keep you guys there all quiet. All right. So in that case, let's get out to.
I told y'all a long time ago, the Kirkland will go down 3 rounds.
Next, I got milk, baby.
Yeah. What's up, sir?
What's up?
Hey, man. So let's get into it. First off, GGG Jacobs. I think, obviously there are a lot of emotions involved on both sides, but let's look at it for what it is, man. And this is the thing. GGG coming into this fight had 23 knockouts straight. Danny had 12 knockouts straight. They couldn't knock each other out. What that speaks to is the skill level of both guys. Usually, the higher the skill level, the uglier it looks. We both, either if you were for Jacobs or Triple G, both sides thought this fight was going to look completely different. So I think we both underestimated the skill level of both guys. I didn't score the fight because honestly, I didn't think the shit was going to go 12 rounds. I was surprised. I deserve crow for that. But I thought just at the first glance, I thought GGG did enough to edge it out. I wouldn't be upset if you scored it for Jacob. So, it is what it is. As far as Chocolatito and the other dude, I can't pronounce his name. It was a good fight, man. But I thought Chocolatito won the fight. I didn't score that fight either. I didn't think it was going to go 12. I needed to start scoring fights again. But what I do know is the guy that Chocolatito was fighting, that motherfucker didn't have head movement the first, man. Chocolatito was lighting that motherfucker up. Like, the dude was just standing there. He would throw a punch. He was just waiting for Chocolatito to fire 2 or 3 shots, and he would just eat them up. I think the division is a little too big for him because that dude should have been knocked the fuck out. I thought Chocolatito did enough to win. So all in all, it was a good night of fights, man. What happens next with Triple G and Jacobs? I would like to see Triple G unify, become the undisputed champion of the division. Go ahead and snatch that belt from Saunders, and then move on to the next. But as far as a Canelo fight, if he fought Saunders next, I mean, he's going to be hard pressed for time, man. You're talking about 3 back-to-back fights like that. I mean, what's the probability that if he fights Saunders next, he's going to fight Canelo in September?
According to De La Hoya, that's what they want, but that's probably why they want it, because they know he got that fight with Jacobs. He got the fight with Saunders. They want to get him at the tail end of his career. But my question to you is, if people that are saying no immediate rematch, that's cool. But if Canelo doesn't somehow give Daniel Jacobs an opportunity. Jacobs has no one in the division to earn another shot at Gennady Golovkin.
Yeah, but that's, are you Team Jacobs promotion team? Like, whose fault is that? He's the B side. He lost now, right? Like,
controversially, though,
I know, but then you're saying you feel bad for him. Is that what you're saying? Kind of.
No, I'm saying.
No, that's exactly what you're saying.
No, I'm saying exactly what I'm saying is if you don't do an immediate rematch, you have to move on because there isn't a big enough name for Jacobs to prop himself back up. Because look, I said to you last week, wow, David Lemieux knocked out Curtis Stevens in a way that is impressive. I would like to see him versus Gennady again, but this version. You were dismissive of that. You see, I do not so easily write these fighters off.
Well, I think Jacobs is in an all right position because his stock went up last night, and I think whether he gets an immediate rematch or not, let's say Canelo gets past Chavez, he fights GGG. Whoever wins that fight, I think the public wouldn't mind seeing Jacobs fight the winner of that, whether it be GGG or Canelo.
And Lemieux stock went up too. So that's a great fight, man. Lemieux versus Jacobs.
If I were Jacobs, I would do what champions normally do after a grueling fight like this. I would chill out for about 6 months, see how the landscape plays out, and then jump back into it.
I disagree though because
I don't think we're going to see Jacobs until December.
But before you go to another caller, you're saying that he should do what people do in a big fight and chill out for 6 months. But if Ness is opinion is right that people are believe that Jacobs was robbed, isn't now the best time to I guess strike on that opportunity and to use that momentum to take a big fight? Because in 6 months we'll forget about who was quote unquote robbed, right?
Hell yeah, you're right about that. But who would be the big?
Look at Ward Kovalev. People still bring that up.
Nah, not on this show.
Are you serious, dude? Every show we get that in the chat. Every show we get that in the live chat.
The chat's the chat. They say stupid shit.
There's still fans, man. Like there's still people that talk about it.
Trolls, man.
But boxing moves on without Ward and Kovalev. We still think about it because there's still two top fighters in the sport. But like boxing's moved on for sure. This year's excellent. We don't care about listen. This year has become amazing as far as the fights that have been made and the fights that will be made. So Ward and Kovalev could keep doing their whatever the fuck they're doing. And boxing moves on, and it has moved on.
No one's going to forget this fight, though. This was the fight that made Triple G look bad. Like, no one's going to forget this. Like, in 6 months, that's not going to happen.
We forgot about the fight that made Kovalev look bad or made Ward get knocked down, right? So,
can I get an answer? What is Daniel Jacobs' big fight that you were speaking of, MD? You said, like, if he doesn't strike
Lemieux's a big fight.
Oh, you think Golden Boy will make that? That would be a good fight.
Yeah, I would hope so for both men because I think that benefits. I think that gives David Lemieux a good opportunity to revenge his loss by beating somebody who gave Golovkin a good fight, and it gives Daniel Jacobs to say, "I could do what you did better." So it's a win-win for both fighters. I think it.
I like the fight because I like Lemieux to get a rematch with Golovkin too, especially the version of Lemieux with Curtis Stevens.
If he beats Daniel Jacobs, he's worthy. Yes, I agree.
Let's get back to the phone calls. I want to get out to my international Skype machine, so I would like everyone listening on Skype to please mute themselves right now. Anyone who is not on mute will be ejected from the call. If you do not know how to mute yourself, start going through your settings, all right? And only unmute yourself if I go to you by name.
Remember me? I'm Stuart Little. I'm Stuart Little.
What's happening, Les?
What's up, Stu?
Yeah, I mean, it was a close fight. I did Golovkin 115, 112. I mean, Jacobs did well in there. He did better than I thought he'd do. He proved to me that he still is the second best middleweight. He proved to me he's still the second best middleweight on the planet, definitely. I want to see a rematch, but I think Golovkin did the better work. He was pressing the fight. Just something wasn't there last night for Golovkin. He didn't seem himself. It was a bit of a sloppy performance. He wasn't throwing many hooks. It was just the same old punches. I mean, his jab was working well, but it was just the same old work. He didn't change it up.
Stu, do you not give see? I will give Jacob some credit because he is quick. When he is moving backwards, he's very quick and he has good footwork, better footwork than I expected. Do you give him a little bit of credit for that?
Hold on a minute, MD. Boxing Register. Please mute yourself or I must eject you from the call. Only the caller that is speaking, which you're taking up their time, should be unmuted. Boxing Register, please mute.
Stu, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah. I mean, yeah, he's got good footwork, Jacobs, and this is what I keep saying to a lot of people. When a fighter who's a world-class fighter goes in there with a game plan of sort of, I need to survive here, but I'm also going to, throw a few get-off-me punches, make it look flashy, and hope I can nick a few points on the scorecards. And that's what he did. A lot of his work was hitting elbows and arms, and he did a great job in there. Don't get me wrong. He did a very good job in there. And Golovkin was at his poorest, and Jacobs was at his best. And I still think we've got to take into account that Jacobs up to about 190 pounds in there. And I think the weight was starting to show at the end of the fight. Golovkin was that's the most tired I've seen him for a long time. I think that because there was a lot of weight difference.
Yeah, let's just assume he was 190 because it sounds better.
Well, it is. We did. I know you guys mentioned it. He did miss the 10 pounds mandatory minimum, so it is, I guess, reasonable to assume he's at least 180.
No,
I mean not 180. When I 180, 170.
Well, he's 176 is what we do know. He weighed in at 176 the next day with Victor Conte and a couple of other people.
Oh, with Victor Conte? Okay.
Yeah, he was part of Snack this time.
He weighed a lot more than that. And the thing is with a lot of people, boxing fans, especially if you've got an agenda against another fighter, you can't claim victory because you survived, And that's what it seems like with Jacobs.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one.
And I think I think Jacobs deserves a rematch. I'd like to see it again because I weren't convinced with Golovkin's performance, to be honest with you. I didn't think it's probably his worst performance I've seen for a long time. You have to give Jacobs credit for that. But I think Gennady Golovkin, all the things he does good, he didn't do that night.
Well, all right, Stu. Thanks for calling in, brother. Let's get to one of our ringers.
I'll make a very quick point. I think that the majority of people that thought Jacobs won, it's not because they have a bias against Triple G or there's no racial bias. It's because Jacobs looked really good, and you can argue that he won 7 rounds.
Not only that, though, I wanna add that MD. Don't you think that people are gonna automatically assume Jacobs won because he did better than what he was supposed to do? Like the narrative was he wasn't supposed to make it. So it's like you're rooting more for him. Maybe you're seeing things better because it's like, he's not supposed to be here.
But that's the same thing with you just said. Crusher didn't crush Ward, so I think people give Ward the benefit of the doubt. Now Jacobs was supposed to get knocked out, and he didn't. So people give Jacobs the benefit of the doubt.
Or you get Triple G fans that give Triple G the string rounds, or didn't give Jacobs the credit because they thought it was sloppy work. He wasn't connecting clean.
I mean, again, you could.
It can go both ways.
Yep. And again, like I don't know what Matt's saying again with I will say this and I'll say this again, that there is a racial bias against Gennady Golovkin. It doesn't necessarily mean, in my opinion, like I said, it doesn't necessarily mean that if you thought Jacobs won, you're necessarily 100% doing it because of race. So
the majority of people don't think that, or the majority
that's
of people
generalizing. But I've seen plenty of
you are generalizing
on the Twitter on the same source that you guys are using for the outrage of the cars. I've seen plenty of people pull the race card in this one. I could show you tweet after tweet that I've said that a black man's getting robbed. I will show you tweet after tweet after tweet.
Let's get to
friend of the show, Kendall Holt did it.
You cannot say it's a majority.
Friend of the show, Kendall Holt did it.
Okay, you cannot say it's a majority.
Right, well, I actually got another video then, since we want to speak of friends of the shows. And this will prove that it's not about race, even though MD likes to be trapped in that little box.
What do you mean? Like what is the video going to show me?
I don't know. Let's see. Let's put it on. Let's put it on.
Dre Day TV. Y'all know what time it is. It's time for Team Derail's post-fight Triple G Danny Jacobs breakdown. First off, let me say, congratulations, Danny Jacobs. Even though you didn't get the victory, your stock just went up. Breaking Triple G's 29 knockout streak, but not gaining the victory. My assessment of Danny Jacobs, started off boxing masterfully, using his angles, using his jab. And after round 5, I assumed that most people assumed that he'd be knocked out by now. And though he put on a valiant effort, I still don't believe Danny Jacobs won that fight. Continually moving, doing what he had to do to stay out of the way of those big punches by Triple G, he still was a little sloppy in my book. Being touched with way too many jabs, too many right hands, thus he wasn't stable enough in my book. The outcome, Triple G remains undefeated.
No need for a response. Let's get to
again.
call.
Good. Again. No. I will respond because you just threw shade at me. You just threw shade at me, Ness. I agree with a lot of the things he said, but again,
see what I'm saying, bro? Listen, it's not shade. It's defending you. It's defending you. You said that people are saying a black man is being robbed. Here I am showing a professional boxer who is a black man showing that a black man did not get robbed. Like, damn, bro. Open your fucking mind. Tone from Chicago. It's not even Tone's go, bro. You gotta stop, man. We got a show to run, buddy. Oh God.
Ringer.
I know. Could you bring him on? I'll get his intro. Jeez.
Yes. Hold on. Boom. Got it.
Popping all this champagne, popping all this rosé, getting money like Jose, chain code Norway, shorty wants that foreplay, I'm like, no way, gotta rock it like Coldplay, killing it.
Jose in Canada, what's going on, brother? How are you?
Yo, man, I'm popping some of that champagne, man. You know what? Yes, credit to guys like Amin and other guys out there that were a little bit vocal about Chocolatito, but nobody stuck their neck out as far as I did, saying that Chocolatito's hype, saying that he hasn't fought no one, that he hasn't beat no one. And sure enough, man, he went and he got exposed by a guy who, I think you just said it, is relatively the Provodnikov of his situation, right? Or of his weight class. So play the music. It's beautiful. And let that be a lesson to you, my friend. Grow a pair, man. Grow a pair. Squeeze them. If it hurts, you're a man. Tell your listeners to not eat up the shit that HBO gets them. You're there. You got to be the filter. You've got to be the filter, man, and don't be afraid to say it. Saying it now doesn't make shit difference, man. You know, you can't do it now. At this point, it's no good. Second point, man, MD, my brother, you have to stop being a bitch. This is all brought on to you because when Andre Ward beat Kovalev, and it was, you know, a little bit controversial, you were the first one to start up a parade and bitch like a little girl. So now that it's on the other side, you got to take it too, man. So next time, respect the
Take what? They're different fights or different circumstances. And again, Jose, you better watch your mouth because we're getting in the ring, right? We're getting in the ring. So just be careful what you say. That's all I got to say. Continue.
Yeah. The first circumstance didn't suit you. The second one does. So
didn't suit me. How so? They're different fights. I mean, like everything's a different.
The one you lost, you said to the whole world that it was a robbery. And the one that you won and you called right, you're saying, no, that's the way it should be. So you just got to stay consistent, my man.
No, there's no consistency. Like, they're different fights. I look at each fight differently. They're different.
Okay, this is my point right now. Okay, answer me this question since you want to talk. Tell me any of the top 10 pound-for-pound boxers right now that have fought and beat an opponent more dangerous than Kovalev. Can you name me one?
I would say that, to be honest, I would say that Daniel Jacobs is probably as dangerous as Cole, but it's different. One second. You're right. That's a fair argument, right? As dangerous as Kovalev, right? But
which proves my point. One thing: the pound for pound list shouldn't be just based on the eye test. It should be also based on who the fuck you fought.
Of course,
competition. Therefore,
I would say Pacquiao, though. I would say Pacquiao.
Number one, pound for pound. Well, yeah, but Pacquiao's not even really, he's almost on his way out. Number one, pound for pound, right now, is Andre Ward. No doubt about it. All the Chocolatito guys, Nauta, Matt the Hipster, you guys got to grab your, your Vans and get the fuck out, man. You guys
your Vans, I love it.
When Chocolatito makes that comeback and beats Srisaket, beats Inoue, beats Cuadras again, and reestablishes himself, You can come grovel back.
Yo, and Jose, you know, in our future matchup, right? You won't keep boxing with those type of cuts on your face.
Swinging.
Jose, are you ignoring
can't
MD's
swing.
threats, or you don't hear him? I'm not.
Yo, then I'm gonna boomerang. I'm gonna boomerang right now back in. So give me my 3 minutes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. MD, you know what? When I beat you, my friend, you're not going to be able to start arguing with the world and say that you actually won. All I want is win, lose, or draw for you to take the decision like a man. That's it, right?
There will be no decision in our
All you
fight.
want, you can hit me in the face.
There's no 8 count. I advised Alex. I advised Alex that to not to have an 8 count in this fight because 8 counts are bullshit. You don't get time to recover.
Yo,
if you fall, you fall.
Video, I already got my coach working on not just the body but the mind too. Ness saw that. I sent him a video already.
Yo, you brought Santiago?
He's got another coach. I'm on Patreon.
Yo, man, you know what? I'm gonna be ready. I'm gonna be prepared. You know, the hard work's already started, and I think a day like today, at least, you know what? One thing I'll tell you, MD, at least you're not that big of a bitch that you took your ball and you went home. You know, you looked like you were about to leave at the start of the show. I heard almost a crack in your voice. I thought you were gonna start crying, and I could have sworn you were gonna call your dad and tell him to give Ness some shit, but you didn't. So good for you. You know, hopefully the day of the fight, you don't call your mommy and daddy either. And we'll see what happens in a couple of months from now. I'm out, boys.
Well, Jose, I'm just hoping that you're like, since I know you have kids that call you, you know, your wife a mommy and you a daddy. Like that's the reason I don't want you to fight.
Man, sometimes kids got to see, man. They got to see their parents go through adversity. You know what? And sometimes, you know, you just got to do it, right? So I'm all good.
Yeah.
I know you're a gentleman. I'm a gentleman. At the end of the day, it's just a sporting competition, and the winner will win, right? And the loser will lose. So we'll see what happens.
MD says he's going for knockout. That's how he's done.
No, I mean, it's a knockout within a sporting competition.
Just can't have fun with fun. You know that, Jose.
No, yeah, exactly. It's funny that people who call people out.
It's a fight.
Call people out. Oh, I'm gonna win. I'm gonna fuck you up. Let's have fun, bro. Let's have fun.
You warned him. You warned him. And Canadian Jose also has the same warning because he's a patron. He's seen the videos. Not only he's heard the show where you've warned Matt, so he wants to get in the fire. That's on him. But we're gonna have waiver.
You know what?
We're gonna have a waiver for you, Jose. That's for sure.
No, it's all good. MD is gonna channel all that rage he had when he was young and he got bullied and pushed around. But you know what? That day, it's going to be like grade school, my friend. I'm going to be the bully beating up the nerd all over again, man. I'm going to do it for all the bullies of the world, man. Put the nerd back into the ground.
Yo, so what
Jose,
you don't believe in him?
I don't know if you're the type of person that should be saying that.
Matt, you don't believe in Canadian Jose? Why are you playing that soundbite?
I thought it was funny. I just thought it was hilarious.
Jose, what? I'm just wondering, what sports did you play? What did you play? What the fuck is that called?
Oh, man, I had a full ride scholarship for soccer, semi-pro soccer, any sport you could think of. I could beat you in, my friend. Anything.
Eating competition, maybe.
Well, yeah, he did put $800 wager. Listen,
pussy though.
Listen, let me tell you. Let me tell you something.
I'm sure. Hopefully, your wife listens to this show. I'm not married.
Yo, listen. There is something interesting about a man that is putting up an $800 purse to entice a much younger man to come into the ring at 100%. I don't know. I mean, I would just tell you, MD, do not underestimate.
I said to Jose that I don't know, like when the dates are set and it's whatever, I will start getting back in shape and training. And
dates are set. It's June 5th to the 8th. Block it.
All right.
Let's go. We're going with Tone in Chicago.
What's up, fellas? I got to start off by taking some crow, if you will.
For which fight, Tone? It's not that simple.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. For Chocolatito, of course, because that's the guy I picked. Obviously, he lost. As far as Triple G versus Jacobs, Jacobs showed me a lot, man. Jacobs showed me a lot of skill in there. They kept using the word finesse, that his finesse would beat Golovkin's power. And on my card, I scored it 114 to 113 in favor of Jacobs. I've only seen the fight one time, and that was obviously on pay-per-view when it was live. But I definitely plan on DVR next week to watch it again. But on my card, I had him winning. I had it a draw going into the 12th round. It was similar to Harold Letterman's card, maybe a round or two difference. But just like HBO had it going on a draw into the 12th round, I had it the same way. And I had Jacobs winning that 12th round.
Yo, that's
So
funny.
with
That's
that being
exactly.
said, I think
that's exactly how I had it. I had it 104, 104. Everybody on Patreon, they seen I posted my card 104, 104 in the 11th. That 12th round for everyone was the deciding factor.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of those rounds I want to see again. But again, I didn't record the fight last night, so I gotta wait till they show the replay next Saturday night just to watch it. But I definitely want to pay close attention to that 12th round again. But again, I think Jacobs had a good plan from the get-go. I mean, even looking back at it now, Chris Algieri and Conti, all those guys definitely helped out, especially with that whole weight thing where he skipped the 170 and decided to be comfortable, decided to be comfortable and get in at, I don't know what you said earlier, Ness, if it was 176 or 180, whatever it was.
Well, that was at 8
But either way, I
a.m.
mean, he definitely
8 a.m. Saturday morning. He weighed in at 176 by design. I'm using air quotes, by design.
Mm-hmm. And that's impressive.
Yo, 1 second. Stu's right, Ness. Don't write him off like that. At 8 a.m., he's 176. He definitely was more than 176 and out of the fight. That's honestly the way you wrote off Stu with that.
I didn't write off Stu. I didn't see.
Yes, you did.
You're such a liar with your words. What I specifically said was, let's not throw out 190 because it suits your argument when we have facts that he came in at 176 at 8 a.m. You're such a little liar.
That means he put on 16 pounds in that little of time. So why, whatever Stu said, is it ridiculous to write off? That's all I'm saying. Like, just be a little impartial if you're criticizing me of that.
I didn't write it off. I simply stated the facts that at 8 a.m. Saturday morning, he weighed 176. You would rather us go with, I don't know, Stewart's fucking hypothetical 190 because you're a Triple G fan.
I'm saying 190 seems a little high, but like it's not as dumb as you think it is.
You rather hijack this caller's call to defend a hypothetical from Stu. That's what you love to do. I'm telling you, you don't.
He's part of the people too, bro. He's part of the people.
Yes, but your obsession is not part of the people.
Neither is yours.
Go ahead,
Well, I
Tom.
just wanted to finish making my point that yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. I just wanted to finish making my point that I think Jacobs was really comfortable in there, and whether it helped him to take a shot or not, I mean, maybe it helped him to take some of those power shots. But either way, at the end of the day, Jacobs was fast. He had good defense, and Golovkin wasn't able to land like he normally lands with other guys, like he has landed with other guys. And even when he did, we saw Jacobs come back with the heart of a lion and fight back, and he looked good in there, man. So I say this is definitely a fight I want to see down the line, but for now, I do want to see the road that's already set. I hope Canelo will take the fight after he destroys Chavez, and hopefully they can get it on in September between Canelo and Golovkin. And the winner, hopefully the winner will definitely be man enough to face Jacobs because he definitely earned it. He earned another shot at another bigger payday and a big fight down the line. And as for last thing I wanted to touch on was Chocolatito. I did score that fight. I had Chocolatito winning by 2 points. And in my book and a couple of people that I was watching it with, it was definitely a robbery, but again, it's like we all felt, at least I bought the bullshit that HBO was buying about him or speaking about him. So, with that said, that's all I got, guys. Appreciate the show.
Tone, thanks for calling in. I'm really mad. I'm mad that people don't think there should be an immediate rematch. I'm upset, and hear me out first, because you're definitely the only one to respond to this, right? But I mean, we just have this guy that is propped up to be all this, and then we get a guy that gets in the ring. He's egging him on, dropping his hands, pumping his chest. It was like King Kong in there, and the fight is at least controversial, at least. So for the perception,
no, it's at least close.
Wow.
That's on, man. Like if
it's at least close.
Controversial, then Jacobs Triple G is.
Yeah, but the difference is, right? If you go round, I just want to say this again to establish
a couple rounds off.
Kovalev landed more punches. landed the harder punches, dropped Ward. Golovkin landed more punches, landed the harder punches, and dropped Jacobs. That's the
and more harder punches.
All right, I'm gonna get to callers. This guy, you just cut me off again. How do I keep a train of thought with you, bro? Alex in Australia, we're going to you. Everyone else on Skype, please mute themselves.
But no one can stop me, really.
Boy, there's a king croc right there. This croc has enough power in its jaws to whip my ass right off.
You didn't get in the 6th round, in the 7th round.
Gennady Golovkin production.
You're gonna be the legend to become a legend. Honestly, he's unbeatable. You're gonna be the legend to become a legend.
What's going on, Boxing Voice? Let me just premise what I'm about to say with the fact that I was off my head yesterday watching the fight, so I can't really speak exactly on round by round scoring and that kind of thing. But what I will say is my initial reaction was I did think Jacobs won. I thought he was doing I think he was out. I thought he was outworking him, but I obviously have to rewatch it sober and score it round by round. But yeah, with that being said, I'd really, really love to see. I think Canelo blitzes Golovkin now. I mean, when's the last time you've seen a pound for pounder or supposedly top 5 pound for pounder struggle against someone who's not even in the pound for pound rankings, like in Jacobs and Golovkin? So,
well, when Canelo fought Austin Trout, he struggled, right?
Canelo wasn't pound for pound then.
Yo, and Austin Trout would have been ranked higher than Canelo would have win over Cotto.
I'm just saying, like, I don't know why people now are talking about Canelo, who does not fight off the back foot, who does not have hands as fast as Jacobs. They're going to, whatever. Go ahead, Alex.
And look, I know I'm talking about your boyfriend, but I just want you to calm it down a tiny bit just till I finish, and then you can respond in any way you want. But and same with the Chocolatito fight. I was so drunk watching that fight, I couldn't really score it. So, but I'll eat crow for Chocolatito because I did pick him. So. But yeah, in saying that, I can definitely see why Golovkin doesn't really want that part of Erislandy Lara, because I feel like Lara's a much better technical boxer than Jacobs, and he possesses a lot of. He'd give Golovkin a lot of problems, and I think it was Larry from San Francisco said it perfectly. I think with this fight, win or lose, whether you gave Golovkin the win or a lose, like I gave him a loss, so you have to put Golovkin a few notches down, because even now that he's stepped up, and even then Jacobs isn't that much of a step up from his previous opponents. He's been fighting top 10 middleweights this whole time. He struggled in the minimum. You have to say he struggled a fair bit. So I think when he does come to that upper echelon of fighters, you know, the more skilled boxers, I think he's going to have a lot of problems, and I think he's going to lose. So I'm really looking forward to the Canelo fight, because Canelo possesses speed, combinations, and power, and I think he's going to wipe the floor with Golovkin's head. But that's just my call, and that's what I think.
Alex, as always, thanks for calling in.
Can I say something before we get to the next caller? Yeah, now I heard there's this new narrative that Canelo is now going to wipe the floor with.
Yeah, I've been seeing that.
Golovkin. Does Daniel Jacobs fight anything like Canelo?
No, but they're saying that Canelo's slicker, and you know, Canelo does have a rhythm about him. You know,
slicker how?
The rhythm, his
better head movement,
his fluidity in the ring, like
he has better combination punching. But I think that Jacobs what Jacobs' success in the fight was his hand speed, but it was also his movement on his feet. And when the fuck has Canelo ever been a great mover of feet? Right, he's going to be there to get hit, so he's going to get hit more than Jacobs did, I think.
We didn't think Jacobs was going to be a good mover.
We've never seen
Jacobs had slow feet, and that would be the downfall of him. In this
never said Jacobs had slow feet.
Yeah, but MD, Jacobs avoided a lot.
One second. Matt just said bullshit. Matt, have I ever said that Jacobs had slow feet?
He had slow feet, and you agreed with me before. Yes.
All right,
I said that his footwork is not great, which it was better than I've ever seen it last night. Yes.
Jacobs avoided a lot of punches with waist movement, you know, like side to side waist movement, ducking low and things like that. And Canelo does that beautifully.
Canelo's also much smaller. He's about 5'8" as well. It's an entirely different target.
It's a different fight.
Yeah, it's a different fight.
You know, people see things, whatever. Let's get to Stainless. Talk to us.
Yo, TBV, what up? First off, give me my crow for Second, give me Crow for Golovkin Jacobs. I picked Golovkin to win, but he didn't knock him out.
Come on, you know over here we abide by the black and white, man. Can't give you Crow for something that is not official. Same way with War Kovalev.
I'm gonna give myself Crow for that. There's no knock against Golovkin. I don't know why people are really criticizing him to that degree. I mean, Daniel Jacobs fought his best fight against his best opponent, and I mean, he went down once. He gave us that war, got back up and kept fighting. Golovkin hurt him again in the 10th round. I don't know if people paid a lot of attention to that.
With the uppercut, right?
Chest a lot, and yeah. When he and then one of those power jabs knocked him against the ropes. If anything, I mean, they were everybody's game has got holes in it. If anything, though, I saw Golovkin, a man who's 35 going on 36, who looked ready to go 15 rounds.
34 going on 35.
Looked tired as shit at the end of that fight. Yeah, and Jacobs looked, what is he, 28, 29? And he looked tired as shit at the end of that fight. Golovkin was throwing out the harder punches, was slipping a lot of Jacobs' punches. The first time I watched the fight, as a lot of callers have said, I didn't score it because I didn't expect it to go the 4-12. And if you listen to Golovkin in his initial reaction, he said after round 5, he realized that this was going to go the whole thing. And it was like, this is good, that he's being tested. It was a little bit of a translation breakdown because, his English ain't as good as his German. But if anything, both of those fighters' stock went up to me. I don't understand why they're saying Golovkin's stock went down. I mean, when finally tested against a true middleweight and if not the realest test for him in that division, not only did he knock that dude down and hurt him, but he never got hurt in that fight. I mean, Jacobs caught him with some shots. A lot of his punches were more sloppy than, dead on with the knuckle of the glove. But Golovkin didn't get hurt once, and Jacobs was throwing some shots in there. So I don't understand how that man's stock is going down as a result of it. As I said when I gave my pick, though, I am a Golovkin fanboy. I'm just overshadowed by MD. So I'm saying maybe that's why I'm a little bit more shocked to what it is. But I just heard my 10-second clap or so, as it always goes. Please make sure you like and share this and every episode of the Boxing Voice podcast. So,
Stainless, man. Thanks for calling in. Let's get out to some internationals. Hands of Stone, talk to me.
Yo, hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Where you calling in from?
UK.
Oh, man, it's late over there.
Yeah, so I'll start off by saying in my opinion, it was a close fight that could have gone either way. It was much, much closer than Ward and Kovalev. I thought Kovalev won. Also, I thought Jacobs was a whole weight division bigger than Golovkin. Dude is fucking King Kong, and he's massive. I want to know what Algeria's been feeding him. Also, I think Jacobs, he had the fight of his life, and Golovkin had a shit fight. So a positive Golovkin fan should take away from this is a bad Golovkin decisioned Jacobs on his best performance. It was a controversial decision. I could have gone either way, but still. Also, regarding a rematch, I would love to see a media rematch, but I wouldn't mind if that was took to the side if Golovkin unified with Billy Joe Saunders or fought Canelo next. Rather than those two fights, it should have to be a rematch. Also, I want to know what the fuck. How did Jacob's chin get so good? Was it just fucking he had good nutrition or what? I mean, he got dropped by Mora, then all of a sudden he went the full 12 with Golovkin. I mean, Amir Khan needs some of that shit that he's been taking lately.
Well,
it was a WBC sanctioned bout, so there was VADA testing.
I was about to say that. The good thing about this, there was plenty of drug testing going on. So that was all heart and will.
Yeah, I know there's drug testing, but Victor Conte is working with Jacobs, and he's, I think in the Joe Rogan podcast, he came out and said it's so easy to go past all the drug testing. I'm not saying Jacobs was on anything, but talking his performance was good, and his chin was holding up real good for someone who's chinning against a guy like Golovkin. I know he got knocked down, but it should have been a lot worse than that. He should have got fucking battered. But you know, I got a lot of respect for Jacobs after that fight. You know, he's made a fan out of me, and I'd love to see him versus Lemieux if Golovkin went off to unify with Saunders or fight Canelo. What else was there? I guess the fans of Andre Ward, who are probably also the fans of Daniel Jacobs, now know how it feels when people were angry about Andre Ward getting the decision.
No, I don't think there was an outcry for this fight. That's what I'm saying. I think people are taking it. I'm upset that people are taking it so easy. I think that more people should be saying yes, because this was his true test, quote unquote, from the dictators, right? Excuse me, detractors. They were the ones saying, oh, Golovkin never fought nobody. So now all of a sudden you quote unquote fight somebody and it's controversial. That's what I'm saying. So the GGG fans who were assuming Jacobs was a nobody with no chin who wouldn't make it past the third or fifth round, they should be like, yeah, Golovkin should fight him again.
Yo, Matt, did you hear that one? Ness said that Golovkin should give Jacobs a rematch because of the haters. He just said that.
Not the haters. You seen the graphs, or are you ignoring the graphs that the majority of the world saw Jacobs win?
I'll find more graphs
because they don't believe the truth.
If I find more graphs, is that okay if we present them? Because
absolutely,
you won't believe it, MD.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
You can present them when you presented your what was it? That
after I was shut down 12 times. Yeah, okay.
You're such a this guy. Wow, now we're turning into liars. This is the second time you're lying.
I'm exaggerating. It's an exaggerate.
No. When you say something I did not say, you are lying. But go ahead, Hans.
Wait, what did I say that you didn't say? That you shut down that graph? Yes, you did.
I shut your graph down 12 times before.
I know you didn't say it 12 times.
Exactly. Hans, you all done?
Yeah. I just want to lastly say I think Jacobs done a much better job with Golovkin than Ward did with Kovalev. And the decisions for both fights should have been reversed, in my opinion, although this was a close fight.
Well, all right, brother. Thank you for calling in. Let's get out to Jesus, so many people. Chris in New York. Chris 646. Chris, what's up? Chris, you fell asleep? Going uno, dos. Uno, dos. All right.
Ness, in the chat, will you show this poll or no? Will you show this poll that has more people than your poll or no? Just wondering. In the chat.
Calm down there, MD. Okay.
Mr. Info Joe.
This portion of the show we call In the
Mr.
Know,
Info Joe.
presented by my brother.
Yo, you know it ain't no show without Info Joe, a.k.a. Info Damas. I lost the pie bet, but I think I got my prediction right. Let me have that crow, brother. Yo. Yo, MD, I honored my bet. We should be 1-1 right now, right?
Because I took Kovalev.
MD.
Yeah.
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 We 1-1. And
you're not happy about that, and I wasn't happy about the first one, but I took it like a man, right?
Yes. This shit does hurt your eyes, though. You was right about that.
Yo, invest in the Oh, you did it already?
It's on the Boxing Voices Instagram.
It's on Patreon.
Okay. So everybody join Patreon so you can see Info getting cream pied.
Hey, I just want to say to all the listeners and callers, we honor our bets around here in the Boxing Voice community. So don't call here and make a bet or a pie bet and don't honor it, because we won't accept that bullshit. You won't be back on the show. But about the fight, like I predicted, I said a slick fighter, boxer, puncher will give Triple G problems, and I see why now the Ward versus Triple G never happened, because they knew Ward would wipe the floor with his ass. But I'm not going to shit on Triple G. He is a great fighter. I did think that Daniel Jacobs did win the fight. by 1 or 2 points. I didn't score it. I was too drunk off tequila. But we'll rewatch it. But I do believe Jacobs
No scoring,
won.
but you think he won? Nah. You got to be consistent. How you gonna think someone won but you didn't score?
We've had tons of callers say that. Come
You
on.
scored it with this. Yo, did you score with your emotions? Is that what info?
No, I thought it was pretty easy to score, man. But I was drinking too much tequila, man, and I didn't get a chance to rewatch it. Normally, I rewatch every fight the next day, and I didn't get a chance. I was busy doing the pie bet and running errands, man. But I still think that Jacobs won, and I would like to see. I know he's not going to get the Triple G fight. I wouldn't mind seeing Jacobs and Lemieux. But I don't know if that'll happen because Golden Boy tried to sue Al Heyman, so I don't know if Golden Boy will be willing to work with Al. But that's my call, fellas. Hit those thumbs up. Become a Patreon. You're listening to the voice of the people. There is no equal. I'm out.
Info. Wait a minute.
Yes, sir, brother.
Yeah, I gotta ask you. You watched the fight with Matt and MD. You've met Jose now. Wow, 3 times, right? 2 times, 3 times.
Right.
Bunch of times is the point. Because you've even been at fights. What sort of shot, first of all, what sort of shot do you give Jose? Does he pass your eye test?
I haven't seen him doing anything athletic. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard for me to make a decision. You know, I have to see some footage, brother, before I make an opinion, though. But I like his heart and his balls, and I believe what he says when he says it, though. I will give him that.
All right.
I need to see something. They both need to send some footage in, brother.
All right. Well, I'll ask you this.
Shout out to the boxing.
I'll ask you this. Wait a minute.
What?
One more. You seen the tape of Matt and MD. Is Jose wise?
Right.
Is he being wise in offering a $800 purse to this young, in shape co-host of mine?
Yes.
What?
Yes. I think if he's around the same size, he can give MD some problems if he got any skills. MD is cool, but he ain't like he Alex Doomsday or nothing like that.
Alex
hey,
gonna love
shout
that
out to
shit.
Rockstar. Hey, Rockstar, do not take the bet with Alex Doomsday. Dude is stopping dudes with headgear on. So don't do it.
Yo, he dropped off too. He was on, man. He dropped off, it looks like. Damn.
Oh, man.
But all right, Info,
Good
thanks
show,
for
brother.
calling in, man. You are the greatest.
Oh.
MD, I don't know, man. I don't understand that. Like, I don't know why would they offer you that big of a purse. That's just gonna make you train harder. Like, I know I fucking would. I'm not. That's
Where's Cut West?
What? Yeah, he already turned it down. He turned the fight down.
Didn't he want a bus ticket? I'm not being funny. Didn't you
No,
want
I was offering him a flight. He turned it down.
flight?
I was offering him a flight. Straight up.
Why did he turn it down? What was his reasoning?
Personal reasons.
Okay.
You know like I know, you should lie low. I used to get it in Ohio.
Damn, Cut West. I'm totally sorry. Excuse me, not Cut West. Jay Will, I will get back to you. I almost forgot. I always forget my co-producer. You know what it is? I'm going to talk to her. Where is she? Help me out, Matt. Where is she? There's so many callers.
I got her.
I'm a motherfucking monster. Get up and move my calculator.
Oh my gosh. She not
Jesus. Yo, no wonder. Yo, whatever
Wow.
you were saying before, this is reason.
You're in the chat,
yes,
giving
yes.
shit.
You got a lot of background noise, Monster. But I just want to say, like, I'm sorry.
You're sorry.
Yeah, you're my friend.
I accept your apology, Mr. Gibbs. Good evening, gentlemen. I don't even know what to say. Honestly, I am in shock with everybody's behavior after this fight. Is by far worse than Ward versus Kovalev. It's just I really don't understand why.
I'll tell you why it's worse for you, Monster Piece. because you picked Ward and you picked Jacobs here, so that's why it's worse in your opinion.
No, I picked Ward and Ward won. But I was a little.
And you picked Jacobs and he didn't, so that's why it's worse for you.
No, hello, I don't know, maybe. But you know, I wanna first read my scorecard, and this is where it's gonna get funny. Hold on, let me get it. Hold on.
While she gets it out, instead of Ness subtly, very, very sneakily putting that board up. Ness, read up what that says and how many people are voting on it, so you could give it equal airtime, like you gave your scorecard up.
I would be totally happy to direct all our viewers on YouTube to hit the thumbs up button while simultaneously checking out this graph that somehow the doctor who is in med school wants us to use as a bigger graph than the #1 website in the world, Facebook, coupled with
Facebook,
right?
Can I get how many people actually hit on that Facebook poll, please?
And his poll has 2,400 people.
Well, how many is on the Facebook one?
I mean, it's Facebook.
Oh, I mean, is there a number or no?
Do you know the number, or are you just assuming that?
No, I know the number here.
No, there is
the number in the other one.
There's a number here, but there's only 2,400. That's not even like.
I mean, how many is on the Facebook one?
That's not even where That's not even Palm Springs where Timothy Bradley fights.
I know, but how many is on your Facebook one?
That's not even. Facebook is the #1 website in the world.
Is it Facebook or is it a specific website on Facebook? What are you talking about? This is not what the fuck is his name? Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg had a poll about Golovkin, Daniel Jacobs. It's a website through Facebook. Like, Ness, come on, man. Like, let's
back.
Be intelligent here.
All right, so I'm gonna read real quickly my. I'm not gonna read my entire scorecard. I'm just gonna read up to the part where it got really tricky for me. Maybe not for you guys because you're more used to it than I am, but from rounds 1 through 8, I had them even 75-75 Jacobs and Triple G. I had it a draw up to that point. From 9 to 12. Weirdly enough, I had it Triple G. And the reason why I gave the 10 and the 12 to Triple G, which I know is the one that was discussed the most, is because they were close rounds. And the way I like to look at a fight, or at least my theory behind, or the way I look at it is like, if you're fighting a champion, there's a close round, and you didn't do enough to come above or to steal that round, then that round shouldn't go to you. I thought it would go to the champion because you're trying to say maybe I'm exactly
casual.
I deserve that completely. That's okay. That might be a casual mentality, and that's okay. I'm learning. I'm not claiming that this scorecard is the scorecard to beat. I'm not saying that. I'm just giving you guys what happened the second time I saw it. The first time I saw it, I didn't score it. I had my pen and paper. I looked down on my hand, and my pen turned into a glass of wine, and the rest is history. So I didn't get a chance to score it the first time I saw it. But I did feel like Jacobs did win this fight. And even the second time when I scored it, and I had it 115, 111 to Triple G, something inside me still felt like, okay, but Jacobs looks more effective. So I don't know. I really don't know. This made me just as confused as the Warren Kovalev fight. But like I said earlier, I'm still learning and I'm still trying to get used to how to score these fights. But I thought Jacobs won. I would have wished he would have won. I felt like he put in a more effective. He did more effective ring generalship, and also I felt like his jab was a little bit more stronger than Triple G's because of his reach. He was able to catch Triple G more on those jabs than Triple G was with him. But, we all saw it differently. And I don't know why everybody is arguing about, this fight not living up to the hype. I think it did. When two good fighters are fighting each other, you're going to run the risk of it being this way, going 12 rounds. And then one last thing before I hang up, I need to call you out on. It's like you really looking too much into what Triple G said about he needing a 12-round fight. I don't think you really I don't think he's meaning it like, oh my God, I need a 12-round fight. That's why I won 12 rounds. I think he's saying it like, this is a 12-round fight. You know, that there's a fight that won 12 rounds, and this was an experience for me. I don't think he went in there with the intention of making a 12 rounds. I just
like Monster. It's like good from him.
it went 12 rounds. This was my experience.
Yeah, he's like, it's good for me. Like whatever. Like it happened. I won, and it was good for me.
He said it. He was like, yeah, he said it. He said this was
Yeah,
my experience.
I just can't be so nonchalant with a guy that we thought had no chin versus a guy that we thought was the biggest puncher in the division.
Yeah, but to be fair, do you think Golovkin think Jacobs had no chin?
Wait, one last thing, because you know, I know you guys got to get to other callers. I understand that, Ness, but Triple G was a puncher in those other 23 fights because he wasn't fighting guys at the level of Jacobs. All those fighters that he fought, I'm pretty sure that Jacobs would have fought them, he would have beat them too. This is not a discussion of whether Triple G could have punched Jacobs. This was the fact that Triple G is the type of fighter that if he knows he's in there with a bum, he's going to take him out. Why go 12 rounds with a bum when you're trying to make the best paydays and the best fights of your life?
Why go 12 rounds with the hardest hitter in the division?
No.
Monster, all you're doing is adding to what I said, that the public has been saying he didn't fight anyone, and once he fought someone, he got a controversial win.
Oh, well, controversial maybe, but it was a top.
And Monster, we're still waiting for the numbers of actual people that
a top level fighter who our host ridiculed, said that Peter Quillen wasn't the same person because he had already got dropped by Andy Lee, and Jacobs didn't
perform better than I expected. What's wrong with me admitting that he performed better than I expected? I'm giving Daniel Jacobs his credit. I'd favor him versus David Lemieux. Like what is wrong with that, Ness? Why do you have to be a Golovkin hater? It's obvious.
This wasn't a Postal Crawford situation, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. You know, nobody got schooled last night.
That's the point. That's the point, Monster. We got to get on to other people.
All right.
No, I don't. All right. I mean, look, I'm not even bringing it up. I guess I should have never said it because now every caller who gets their opportunity is going to bring it up and, you know, want to give their opinion of it, addressing it at me. Obvious mistake. Let's get to Jay Will, right?
Yeah.
Know like I know, you should lie low. Killer, I used to get it in Ohio.
Yeah. What's up, fellas, man? Great night, man. Great night. I called on the last night's show, the immediate reaction show, and man, Ness, I mean, you really haven't talked about it thus far, but man, you hit it right on the nose last night, man. When you said, you know, Danny Jacobs really made this fight really hard on himself, man. He gave this fight to me. He gave this fight more away himself versus Triple G really, you know, beating it out of him. If he would have kept walking the stick, kept just walking around pumping that jet, just like Rozier said, he would have definitely easily run the fight. And man, Rozier, man, that's one of my new favorite trainers right now, man. I love his instructions in the corner. He was precise, to the point. And I mean, listening to the different corners, him versus Abel, even though Danny was, you know, went down and all that, to me, like, Rozier still had more of a better grasp of what was going on with his fighter versus Abel. You know, Triple G looked frustrated. He was visibly looking frustrated at times. And I just really like how Rozier handled Danny Jacobs the whole night.
I just want to know where the cutting of the ring off was. All this credit we give him for cutting the ring, where the fuck that was at?
The entire night with that jab was snapping that head back. Ness, you're such a fucking hater, man.
Yo, so you cut the ring.
You call me a rider. People already call me a rider, which I'm okay with that. I don't give a fuck. I call me whatever you want. Ness, you are a fucking Triple G hater. It's obvious. It's sad too.
I just triggered you.
Yo.
Whatever. No, you did not. I'm letting people know that Ness is a fucking biased hater.
And you're a biased fanboy.
And Ness also has a minion.
Well, I scored the fight for Triple G. I gave the last round to Triple G, which wanted him to fight on my card. So
I thought he did enough to win, you know, as far as Triple G. I just think that, I mean,
how you gonna get
just
that
being
last
honest
round,
about the whole
son,
scene,
man?
To me, Danny, look,
because he landed more punches and there were better punches.
To be honest, Triple G to me landed the harder punches, and Danny was just kind of surviving in the 12th round because he was really tired. He was gassed. But I mean, honestly, this fight was really to see how great Triple G was, to see where he falls as far as his
Exactly.
So at the end of the day, we have to really assess his performance. Again, I scored this fight for Triple G. But look, he was ranked by ESPN the top 25 fighter in the past 25 years. He was number 24. He was ahead of Terry Norris. You know, so when he's getting this much hype, this much praise, we got to critique him. We got to see what's up. You know, Terry Norris fought Sugar Ray Leonard. He fought Mildred Taylor. You know, Terry Norris done fought a whole bunch of people. And how are we going to compare that resume to Dominic Wade?
Yeah, but like Terry Norris also got slept by Julian Jackson. Like you can't, like, come on, man. Like that's the thing. It's like, why is Terry Norris?
But he fought Julian.
Yeah, but he got slept in 2 rounds. We all remember that, bro.
But Triple G never fought anybody like Julian. That's my point.
Okay, maybe boxing's not as good back then, but like okay.
So that's what this is what we're finding.
I'm saying that Terry Norris actually that's a reasonable debate. I think that Golovkin did have a better career. Maybe is a better pro than Terry Norris. I think that was a bad one, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, the names that he done fought, Sugar Ray Leonard and all, it doesn't compare to who Triple G done fought. So we're gonna leave that alone. But anyway, at the end of the day, we got to really see what's going on with Triple G and the skill set. The only thing we really need to do is get somebody in front of him who can box on the move with a decent jab. That nullified his whole coming in for offense. And that's a fact. We all saw that. We cannot deny that. But we also can't take away his power is going to transcend, I think, to even the next weight level up. I think Triple G is a talented fighter, but I just think some people on the panel, they kind of carried away and just kind of just can't take constructive criticism and think it's hate. It's just real talk. Like, if you say he's pound for pound one of the best, then he has to show it. Even on nights like this, and like last night, he didn't really show it. And
man, Floyd was still number 1 pound for pound when Maidana took him to hell and back in that first fight, right?
But Floyd already proved he was pound to pound.
And he rematched him.
And he
correct. Okay, so then if he gives him, okay, for hypothetically saying if Golovkin gives him a rematch and beats him more convincingly, is he able to get back where he was before?
Everyone is happy. Everyone is happy. Absolutely.
Okay, so you'll get the rematch, and Ness can no longer be a hater like he is now. It's all right.
You don't get it, man. Anyway,
but I do get it. You're trying to be a dick. You're trying to get me triggered. I'll just be a dick back. I got you.
I hear you, brother. I hear you.
There was a comment that was said last night about, I guess, Dan Raphael, because he scored the fights, I think, like 115-1 something. That 115-112 score to me just doesn't make sense. I don't care. I mean,
it's 7 rounds to 5 plus a knockdown, and math's kind of easy.
No. I just
That's
don't.
the math.
Anyways,
7 to 5 plus a knockdown.
One of y'all said something about Dan Raphael or something, and I don't know. I just think that we have to be honest about some of these reporters.
None of us brought up Dan Raphael though.
And
actually, I did.
Last night, we brought it up last night. MD, you got to just let him talk. Maybe if you listen, you'll know what's going on. You're triggered. That's what it is.
Nah, stop using Matt's social justice warrior.
No, it's the truth.
I'm not.
You see Golovkin, you're antsy.
I'm not antsy. I'm vibing. I like the fucking Thunderdome. You know, I give my opinions on the show, so I'm out. I stick my neck out for opinions, Ness. So maybe if you actually did the same thing, you'd feel what I feel.
Yo, let me address this. Let me address this once and for all, because I don't understand what you're talking about. Sticking your neck, right? You make it seem like, oh, I make picks on air and Ness doesn't. I'm somehow tougher. You don't even leave Florida, Papi. You don't see no fighters. You don't interview no fighters. They don't see you and see Boxing Voice. So stop your lies. You would never in your life say anything you've said to any fighter in person.
Maybe if it was my job, I would.
And because it is not, that
It's
is
the same
why,
thing.
because it is not, you speak freely and dismissively of many fighters other than Golovkin.
That's not true.
That's why you're on here prancing around like you make picks.
That's not true.
You have not been to one TBV appreciation night because of the way you talk. That is my opinion.
That's, you know, that's fucking bullshit, and that's so unfair. I'm in the middle of a. First off, I'm in the middle of a.
My opinion.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what you want to tell me and how you want to.
My opinion is you lost co-host because of your attitude.
Exactly, but
that's
also
my opinion.
Because
your fucking attitude, right? So don't sit here and take my fucking take my work for granted when I could just.
You know what other truth I told? I said there will be a meltdown, and here you are.
Yeah, because you're saying shit like that. You're throwing shade at me unfairly.
Back. You can't hold yourself back.
You can. You're the one who just goes, you haven't showed up to one TBV appreciation because your mouth, and you know that there's things going on in my life. In addition, that I'm in the middle of a medical school term for your
3 times? 3 times, or are you afraid of all the shit?
The first time I wasn't even
in front of your face.
The first time I wasn't even involved in the fucking TBV appreciation.
Bro,
I wasn't even involved in the show, so it wasn't even new to me. The second time is what? Meltdown. I'm sorry, Ness. I didn't give you a check of $150 when I was just listening to the show.
My call.
You're unbelievable, Ness. You really are. Honestly.
I'm a truth teller.
You're not a truth teller.
You sit behind the screen and you try to tell me I'm afraid to say something when you don't show.
I didn't say you're afraid to say something. Jesus fucking Christ. I said that I'm the one that makes opinions that you could sit here and ridicule and make fun of me, but I don't give a fuck because I'm the one who makes opinions.
No, you know why
you sit there coy and then
because no one knows you. No one knows you. No one knows where you are, and you don't go to fights because you won't say none of that shit to none of those fighters.
Yes, I would say the exact same thing I always say.
Yeah. Just like when fucking Keith Thurman checked your ass, you said something.
And what did I do, Ness? I said exactly what the fuck I said on air, and the same thing I always said. Don't act like I acted scared or whatever the fuck.
Let me tell you the difference.
You stood in the corner like, ha ha ha, like a little fucking girl, egging 2 people on the fight for your fucking benefit, Ness. Get the fuck out of here.
Laughing at you. I stood in the corner laughing at you. Let me tell you the difference.
Laughing at me.
Let me tell you the difference between you and I. It's on camera. When Adrian Broner says something slick to me, what the fuck I said. I talk the way I talk on this camera and in every fucking stadium. Everyone that's taking a picture with me sees that Nesta is.
That's why you're afraid to say anything to Wilder, because you wouldn't say that to Wilder's face. So you're on his good side, huh?
Say what to Wilder?
Fucking jerking him off, huh?
Hey, what exactly, MD? You see, you need to bring up lies. I bring up facts. You don't show up.
There's no. Why don't I show up? If there's fights in Florida that are close, I go to them. I used to go to every fight that was by me because it was by me. So I go to every fucking fight. I went to 2 Lubin fights. I went to fights that were close to me. Don't act like I don't go. There's not that many fights in Florida. So don't act like I'm avoiding to go into fights, right? Jesus Christ, Ness.
Go to the Laura fight. Exactly.
Were you paying for my travel, Ness? Is this my job? Is this my job? Am I getting paid for this? So shut the fuck up, Ness. You really are. You are the problem, Ness. You're the one who takes us for granted and then it goes, oh, you're avoiding fights. You shut the fuck up, Ness. You're unbelievable. You really are unbelievable.
Continue to prove the reason that you pick freely and say what you want, because it is not your job and there is no risk. And you are in a little room somewhere where no one
back to the show. And stop having this little
exactly.
bit.
Keep belittling my role, Ness, and I'll leave. You know what? Do you want me to fucking leave? Is that what you want to do, Ness? Is that what you came on the show hoping for a meltdown, hoping for me to leave? Because you are exposing yourself.
This is what you want to have. I sent you messages before the show, so this doesn't happen. So since you want to have,
that's not true.
Let's entertain it.
You always cross the line, Ness. You always cross the line.
You want to melt? Let's melt. Let's melt. I'm transparent, bro.
We do have a lot of callers. You know,
I'll leave it at that, Ness, because you're taking it to a place that you don't want to take it.
Because
at the end of the day, I could hit exit and walk the fuck away from this, but this is still your fucking job, right? So don't fucking talk to me like that.
2 hours and 40 minutes I've been asking you not to melt down, asking you to think of the callers, asking you. I've asked you on previous shows Every other caller engaged. You can't help it. Blame it on me all you want. It is transparent. You are obsessed with the man. No one can say anything bad without you jumping out.
This is not Golovkin, Ness. Stop talking about Golovkin. This is me and you. This is me and you. No, this is me and you.
It's about him.
No, it's about me. It's about you. No, it's about you. How you fucking
forward. You don't let the show move forward. So then when I get upset and talk to you in a different manner, I'm disrespectful. No, I'm fucking honest. Let the show go on. You got an ego, man. Let it go. There's callers, hundreds.
And your ego's so big. Your ego's so big that you'd rather have people leave the show than you fucking work with people. Because you're the fucking one with the ego and you know it. You know this, Ness. You fucking know this. You know this, Ness. Don't sit here and act like I'm the one that's causing all the problems in your fucking life. Get out.
Impulse control, both of you.
It's fucking
the difference is, no matter what, Nestor Gibbs stays here for however many hours. No matter what. It doesn't matter if there's...
How many times have I asked to do shows when I'm free and you're like, oh, I got to get my hair done. Oh, I got to do this, whatever. I'm the one who's giving up my time free to do whatever the fuck you want to do. And you're the fucking one who neglects because you're disorganization to get more content for these fucking people. So don't put this shit on me, motherfucker. That's bullshit.
MD, come on. Let's put down our ego.
Meltdown. When you guys jump in and out, Nestor's here. I sit here every call, for every single call. I'm the only one in
when I jump in and out.
I'm the only one in this chat that says, yo, there's callers. Yo, MD, there's callers. Those people that are listening, they don't know how much during one show I'm telling you that. I shouldn't have to repeat to you anything. You should know that the callers are first. But somehow they think that I'm the asshole, that I'm the one that doesn't think they're first. I sit here 4 hours because that's the maximum on Blog Talk, waiting for them. And the ones on Skype, I stay longer. Okay? So don't you lie. You're the one obsessed with cutting off. I don't cut off. Jay Will's been on the phone how long trying to talk? He smoothed you up. Niggas got to butter you up. They got to talk nice about Golovkin just to get some words off with you. The minute he switched, the minute he said, I scored it for Golovkin, but we got to critique him. Oh, Terry Norris ain't that good. Oh, Jay Will. You can't let no one talk, dog. You are a certified clown. You got pom-poms in your hand for Golovkin. You talk about me and Wilder. We don't bring him up unless you do. Because if the title ain't say Wilder, I don't talk him. You got an obsession.
Like, see, this is the shit. You call me a certified clown, and if I go, Ness, you honestly sometimes need to like to really articulate the shit you're saying and listen to my arguments to understand what I'm saying. Then I look like an egotistical fuck. You just can't be saying this shit, Ness. Like, you literally
articulate myself from where I'm from. If you don't like my vocabulary, like I don't
not even your vocabulary, Ness.
Like this off air, go ahead and say it now. Go ahead and say I don't talk like this off air.
It's not what you say. It's your whatever. It's all right.
Because I'm honest. I'm transparent. My life is
not that
out
honest,
there, bro. My life is out there.
You're not that honest.
You're not transparent. You don't want to admit it. Just admit it. You love him. I love Danny, right? Everybody pegged me for Danny.
But this is not about me and Golovkin. Jesus Christ, again.
You don't let the callers talk. It is about you and Golovkin. You're crazy, bro.
Yep.
You want me to, you know what the fuck I'm going to do right now? We're going to get to every caller and we're going to conduct a fucking survey, smartass, starting with Jay Will. Jay Will, what's the problem on this show? What I need a very small answer because I'm getting every caller.
Can we just get back to boxing?
This is Ness. I'm just saying things like this you can continue. This is how you lose co-host, right? This is how you lose co-host. You went on the show wanting to lose me, and I'm letting everybody know that. Ness went into the show wanting to piss me off so badly for me to leave the show.
That's not true. That's not true.
No, I'm not an idiot. If you want to conduct a survey, right?
Yeah,
Seriously, conduct a survey.
Now you don't want the truth because it makes you look bad.
It's not the truth. I know how people act around you, Ness. I know that everybody's afraid to challenge you except me. That I fucking speak to you honestly, and I don't suck your fucking dick like everybody else around you does. I know how people, because you're tall and you're big and you act like you're this tough motherfucker, they bow down to you, Ness. I keep it fucking real, right? I say exactly how I feel, and I say it exactly how it is. So I'm not like one of these callers who sucks up to you, and I'm not saying all of them do, but I know how people act around you, Ness. You act all good and cordial and whatever, but you're not as fucking nice as you think you are, and you fucking know that. And a lot of the people that know that. So don't come here with that bullshit.
The callers.
The only thing we can agree on is the only thing we can agree on is this: that at least 90% of the time, I would rather go to the callers than do what we're doing now. But there's always that 10% where you cross the line and it's time to show you that you need an awakening. So now I'm not going to callers. And when I do, I want to do the survey because obviously with me and Matt and others and tweets and emails, you don't get it. You don't get it. But I'm making it up. I'm the bad guy.
What don't I get, Ness?
Nothing.
Exactly. You don't get it either.
Nothing.
You don't get it, Ness, either.
Let's put our egos down.
Alvin in Phoenix.
What's going on, Ness? All right, with you, before we get to the Triple G fight, you talked about Conlan. Just to set some facts straight, Conlan, he helped McGregor with some sparring for one of McGregor's fights, so he knew him prior to Arum. So Arum had nothing to do with that. And the second thing is, one thing I do love about the Boxing Voice is that they're not spreading. We could argue with biases, whatever. Everybody got a bias for one fight or another, but you guys aren't spreading fake news like Ellie Setback, because there was I don't know if you guys saw that video of Conor McGregor and Kovalev. Kovalev and Vargas were acting like fanboys, but there was just 1 second where they looked like they were kind of yelling at each other. Ellie Setback ain't showing the full video where they pat each other on the back and he's trying to show that McGregor was scared of Kovalev. I mean, I know that's irrelevant, but that's just some bullshit boxing news. That's fake news. Now, to the fight, I had it the same thing. I had Triple G, 114, 113, but I thought it was close. I thought it was really close. To me, it was just like the Kovalev fight. I had Kovalev winning 114, 113, but I thought the rounds that Kovalev won were way more clear than the ones that Triple G won. So that's why I think this fight to me was a little bit much harder to score than the Kovalev fight. But I still had a 114, 113 for Triple G. And with the Chocolatito fight, I had a 114, 113 for the other guy. Excuse me, for the other guy, because of the knockdown. And I agree with you, Ness. I think Chocolatito's a good fighter, but that's 3 fights I've seen that he was taking punishment. He took it with this guy, he took it with Cuadras, and then he took it with I think it was another Puerto Rican or a Filipino. I don't remember, but that's 3 fights. And then Triple G, he should have went to the body. If you would have went to the body early in the first few rounds, it would have made the fight easier. If I'm him, do not take. If it's not Billy Joe Saunders, do not take another fight. You got to take Canelo. Whatever you got to do, you got to take Canelo. And if I'm Canelo, you take that fight, because I think, again, to beat Triple G, if you're faster, Jacobs was hitting him with a body shot. So he was doing the Roy Jones from going from the body to the top. Come on, Canelo does that. It's gonna be much worse for Triple G, but we don't know till we see. But I think it was a good fight, so that's what I had, guys. That's it.
All right, Alden. Thanks for calling in. Dre, Vegas, talk to me.
What's up with the Ness? You feel what I'm saying? Nigga in the building, you feel me? I just wanted to say off top before I even get into the fight and everything. MD, don't never let no nigga call you no bitch, homie. I didn't see niggas lose their life over that shit. Smoke come out of niggas' body over that shit. So don't never let no nigga call you no bitch.
I never called him a bitch.
No, I didn't say you did.
Jose. It was Canadian Jose.
I said you did. I said that somebody did call him a bitch. I heard on the line.
Yeah, Jose, but we're getting in the ring though.
You feel me? I'm from the hood, nigga. I'm from the hood, nigga. So I know what it do. I done lost homies over that shit. So calm that shit down. You feel me? I never said you said that nigga was a bitch, but I heard this nigga Jose say he was a bitch. You feel me? But as far as the motherfucking the Chocolito fight, nigga, I want my crow for that shit. You feel me? Because I'm a real nigga. You feel me? So give me my crow for that shit. You feel me? But as far as that other shit, you feel what I'm saying? Don't ever let no nigga call you no bitch, homie. And GGG run the fight. Pass out them tampons to them niggas that's fucking bitching out there, homie. And if any nigga want any problems with me, nigga, I'm on 7th, nigga, in Wilson, nigga, San Bernardino, California, nigga, with the burner, nigga.
You feel me? That's real nigga shit. You feel me? Speak that real shit, blood. You feel what I'm saying? Don't play with no games. And MD, my nigga, like I said, don't never let no nigga disrespect you. And that I ain't got no problems with you, fam. You feel what I'm saying? I never said you disrespected blood. You feel me? I'm just saying, don't never let no nigga disrespect you. I know we all fun and games on this boxing shit, but this is real niggas' life, homie. Niggas done lost their life off of just speaking the wrong thing. So respect everybody that call up in here, because I do the same thing. You feel me? But when I do get a Patreon, I do get this shit together with the score shit, nigga, y'all gonna see me at the TPV, and then y'all gonna see what it really do. But anyway, my nigga, I just wanted to speak my piece. You feel me? Chocolito lost. You feel me? That was a sad loss. You feel me? I took my crow for that, and I take my crow for the GGG not covering the 8th round knockout like I predicted. But other than that, you feel me? We all gravy. You feel me? It's real nigga shit out here, my nigga. Like I said, call in and speak your shit, and call in on the comments, my nigga, and speak the real shit. Don't be on that bullshit, my nigga. You feel me? Speak what it is. A win is a win. You feel me? We could talk controversy all day, but the nigga got the W at the end of the day, and the 0 is still a 0. Real nigga shit. I'm out of here.
I just want to say that's just credit to my point, because we all know that on a typical day, Dre calls in and defends you, right? And today, obviously, there was a lot said that typically we wouldn't want to naturally have said on the air repetitively in that fashion, right? But due to my unbiasedness, I didn't cut his call, right? Even though he's defending you like he always does. Not that he was defending you this time, because I obviously overstepped thinking he was saying something, but I'm saying, you know,
what are you saying? Are you just talking right now?
That's a pretty rough call right there. You know what I mean?
That Jose shouldn't have called me a bitch, and I agree with what he's saying, and that's why we're getting in the ring, you know? And we're getting in the ring, so I hear what he's saying, but that's why, you know, it's all talking until you get to the ring.
There you go. I mean, you know, I got somebody for you. Somebody fight my battles. Where's he at? Where's he at? I'm going blind over here.
You want me to bring him on?
Don't even respect your ass. That's why it's time for the doctor to check your ass, nigga.
Oh, man, don't tell me this. Come on, fight, Doc. I have to come back to him. That sucks.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce to you a young fella, and he comes from the Magnolia.
N.O.
Whoa. What's good, baby? You know what I'm saying? I was trying to get on the other night, man. That damn show was jam packed. Black Coat, I don't know, that bitch broke down or something. There so many calls, man. But fuck, I'm on right now. That's all that count. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody that's out there. We had another good fight, the Chocolatito fight. Give me the quote for that, because I ain't even know the hell he was fighting, you dig? I just went with the favorite. And, man, I watched Chocolatito a couple of times. He get touched up too fucking much, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't never saw a pound-for-pound fighter get hit like, man, if that dude was fighting at least 140 or 35, he'd have been knocked out. You're taking too many damn licks, man. You got to fight a bunch of Paulie Malignaggi to make it at a higher weight class, bro, to be taking them licks like that. Let me get the quote for that right quick. All right, bro. Now let's get to this Golovkin Jacobs fight, man. Man, Jacobs won that fight, you hear me? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's shin held up, but not only that, because that's the only reason why I picked Golovkin. Like, let's get that straight. I picked Golovkin to win the fight because I felt like Dan had everything to win for skill-wise and enough power to hold his own. But I didn't think his chin was going to hold up. You know what I'm saying? I just wasn't sure about that. I could be more confident with picking Dan and not because he showed me, you know what I'm saying, whether it was the weight or whatever it was. Chris Algieri, I don't really believe that, you did, because I don't know. He might be all right, but it worked out with this shit, but he showed me his chin was like, I ain't gonna say it's a granite chin, but it's something I can work with him now. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? Let me give him props on that. Now, as far as the fight, I had it 7-5. You know what I'm saying? That's how I saw it. That's my opinion, you dig? Danny won the 12th championship round. I felt like he did enough. You know what I'm saying? As far as the dude Conlan, man, that dude there, bro, this is his first fight, so I can't really judge him too hard. But he missing a lot of shots, man. I know you like him, dog, but he missing a little too many shots. He got to calm down and be a little more patient and put his shots together better. You know what I'm saying? Probably he was excited, you know what I'm saying, for the holiday and all that, all the crowd out there. Kind of McGregor, he out there too. But he got to calm his ass down, but he getting up with a good fight, he gonna get exposed. You know what I'm saying? But that's my call though, bro. You know what I'm saying? And look, one more thing. Just because somebody was going with Ward, bro, and the Kovalev fight don't mean they go with every fight like that. Because I picked Golovkin for this fight, so I just want to get that narrative out there. You know what I'm saying? So everybody that's calling in thinking the nigga on some dick riding that shit or whatever, you heard me, he ain't even like that.
Nah.
You know what I'm saying? People pick who they pick, and they like who they like. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I had Ward in the Kovalev fight, but I had Golovkin in this fight. But Danny won. You did? And Kovalev won the Ward fight. Know what I'm saying? And this ain't my first time calling in, coming like that. So everybody that's coming with that narrative, bro, you know, everybody don't think the same way. You did? Just because somebody think one way, you can't say everybody else think like that. So you got, you know what I'm saying, baby, you got to stop generalizing all these picks that's coming in. Because a lot of different people from a lot of different places that's calling in, and you got to take that into consideration. But that's my call.
Thanks for calling in, and let me get to some of these international people out here waiting up late. Shit. Boxing Register, what's up?
Yo, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Good. Start off with the Gonzalez fight, if that's all right. He's an all-time great and an exceptional fighter. By the sounds of it, just going off what I've heard on this show, people are not really giving him the credit he deserves. He's at his weight limit here. The last two fights he's been at super flyweight. Prior to that is where he set his legacy. He's jumping up these weight divisions, fighting bigger guys. But I did have him winning the fight, but congratulations to Rungvisai for winning. I wouldn't have argued with it going either way, but I did think Gonzalez landed the better shots in the fight. But as I said, it could have went either way.
Damn, but that's all you got, brother? You got a full 2 minutes left.
No, sorry. Going on to the Jacobs GGG. I actually had it 6 rounds each, with the knockdown being a difference. So it was a point difference for me in the fight. I expected, my prediction was knockout, like everybody else, GGG to knock him out in around about 4 to 6 rounds. Didn't happen. Thought Jacobs was brilliant, boxing on the back foot. I thought he lost his discipline at times, which I thought cost him late on. But I've only heard one caller give credit to the trainer. Is it Andre Rosa? I thought he did good, rein him in. I think they should have a rematch, but I'm going to as a GGG fan, I'm going to selfishly say I want him to face Billy Joe Saunders next, because I want to see him win all the belts, then maybe give Jacobs a rematch later on in the year, because I don't think the Canelo fight will be there. And then hopefully, if it doesn't happen May 2018, then I'm not interested in the fight from that point, and that fight's Canelo GGG. I know you said earlier as well about it. He didn't cut off the ring in the fight as well. He did cut off the ring. I just thought he couldn't pull the trigger, but that was due to Jacobs' movement. So it was credit to him, really. That's all I've got, unless you've got any questions.
60 seconds.
Nah, I don't got any. I mean, just, if you're cutting off the ring, you shouldn't be let out the corner. But that's what was happening, in my opinion. Paul, you seem to be a first-time caller. Are you? Paul on Skype, just listening. Raymond.
Hey, Ness, I'm here, man. Hey, I'm here, Ness. Sorry, man. I had it on mute. And no, I'm not a first-time caller. I called in the other day. I'm Paul from Stockton, but I thought I'd use Skype instead of using the phone. So,
all right, brother. What's going on?
Not much. I just wanted to say that as much as it pains me, I really do kind of see MD's point. I think that I'm not saying Jacobs, like, it could have been scored for Danny Jacobs,
10
but
seconds.
I do think that GGG's kind of getting crapped on because he didn't win in the way that he does. When I hear about getting exposed or whatever, I don't think he was necessarily exposed. I think Danny Jacobs is a lot better than people were giving him credit for. And I do think GGG actually won the fight. And yeah, that's it. Just real quick, I just wanted to say, I'm glad you and MD have calmed down now. I hope no one leaves or anything, because although MD does sometimes get on my nerves, he does bring something to the show. It's nice to have an antagonist like him on there. So, but I also really thought Chocolatito won that fight. I'm very surprised that no more people aren't complaining. I don't know if many people actually watched the fight, but if you look at the CompuBox numbers, I mean, he outlanded that guy by, I think, 150 punches or something like that. And again, I think everyone was expecting Chocolatito to go in and just knock this dude out because they hadn't heard of him, and then they kind of overlooked the fact that, at least in my opinion, I thought after that third round, he kind of figured the dude out and just started taking him apart. But I guess people disagree, but yeah. Anyway, that's it. That's my call.
Good call.
All right, Paul. Thanks for calling in. Let me go to Scorsese. Talk to me.
Man, give me 2 gunshots, man. Come on. That's for you and MD, Ness. Shit, man. What the fuck? Give me 1 more gunshot. That's for the nigga that came on saying, you feel me? 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 Come on, bro. Damn. Shit, this a YG video or the Boxing Boys. God damn. That's just how I feel about it. But damn no. Shit. I lost my concentration. I wanted to give a shout out to CC's Pizza. Hell, I even wanted to try to pronounce his fucking name right because he got rid of this damn Roman Gonzalez.
You mean Kit Kat Bar?
I'm going to say it. Srisaket Sor Rungvisai. That's that nigga name.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's better than what I can do.
That Negro is about to blow up. He going to Hall of Fame. He just beat the pound for pound #1 dude. He gonna get some more win. He gonna beat him again. He gonna fuck around being there. Somebody say he ain't gonna beat no Marquez. Maybe. Nah, I'm joking, but maybe. Hey, we don't have to hear about how Roman top 5 is. Top 5, that when he can't beat nobody top 5 behind him on that list. If you really just look at eye test and skill for skill, we don't have to hear that no more. Thanks to Srisaket Sor Rungvisai, whatever that shit is. Appreciate him. Man, I was about to say some racist shit almost. I ain't gonna say that part. To the main event. Man, I seen Abel Sanchez. Man, let me get out that part. Y'all want to talk about these rematches, MD? Your boy don't deserve to give him no rematch right away, man. I know other champions that, they get a win, they knock dudes down, they probably lose 1 round. For Forrest Stevenson, he probably lost by 2 rounds, and they said he deserves a rematch. You know what I'm saying? Now Jacobs damn near make this dude look ordinary as shit. And he don't deserve no rematch. Billy Joe more important because of a belt? Well, Come on back, Golovkin. Run that shit back. It was a boring fight, but whatever though, man. Golovkin, I thought he won on the second on my second viewing. I thought Golovkin won that 12th round. I thought he won the 6th round. I just watched those 2 rounds back in HD. The rest was streamed. Ain't no need to go back and watch it all. I pretty much got the gist of it. Man, going to the rest of the college, y'all quit out that nagging, man. Damn, man, get some pussy out here and be happy, man. Damn.
All right. Let me get to Nelta. Going once.
Yo, sorry about that, man. I was fucking muted. Stupid ass Skype bullshit. But I mean, all these people that want to criticize Roman Gonzalez, you got to remember, this is a man in his 4th weight class. Got pretty much pushed up there by HBO. He's looking fat, kind of like Roberto Duran when he was a middleweight. And you needed a robbery to give him his first loss, as opposed to Andre Ward and Triple G, who needed robberies to keep their wins. So I mean, I think it just goes to show exactly what's what with regards to that. And especially because of the fact that, I mean, props to Srisaket, he gave him a hell of a fight, especially early on. But once the skills really told down the stretch, Gonzalez was sharpshooting him. He was just too technically sound for him, just too clean with his boxing abilities. And for all these guys that are talking about pound for pound,
he was being walked down though. Why he was being why pound for pound dude being walked down by somebody that's robotic as hell?
Why did Floyd get walked down by Maidana? And
walked down into a shutout?
Why
after the 5th round? After the 5th round, Maidana, you can't even score a round for Maidana, bro. That's a bad example. Bad example.
Of course you can.
Bad example.
No, it's a great example. It was a close fight. That was a fight of the year. I thought Mayweather didn't get in the fight of the year.
Yeah, sure.
Matter of fact, Floyd is the one.
Throw in
Floyd
fight
is
of the year. Throw in
Floyd
fight of
was
the year to try to earn some points.
Floyd was the first one. Floyd was the first one that said Chocolatito was the pound for pound #1. So remember that.
Oh wow, Floyd also said Broner was the future. Floyd also said Broner was the future.
Okay,
Get out of here.
It's not the future. So is Spencer Bone then too next?
So is Broner the future? So what are we picking and choosing what Floyd says now? Are we picking and choosing?
Hey,
Leon loves the future, man. Come on.
That takes what Mr. Mayweather says as gospel. And I do not think that he generally knows what he's talking about for the most part.
Oh, yeah, we're just going to pick and choose when Mayweather's right.
Chocolatito's beat world champs in the past. He beat Brian Valoria, unified champ. Beat Juan Estrada, unified
Brian
champ.
Valoria,
unified champ.
Akira Yagashi.
Champion. Beat Herales, champion. Beat.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that guy?
Why are you using an MN?
Who are all those fucking names you just said, bro? Who are all those names?
What's up with it?
Who are all those names?
This is a boxing podcast or this is an MMA podcast?
Yo, who are all those names you mentioned? Nobody ever heard of them.
World champions, baby, that have proven far more than anybody on these lines have ever done. Period, point blank. Straight up and down. But let me get to the Jacobs Golovkin. Jacobs won that fight too. Jacobs won that shit. He outboxed Golovkin. He took the starch out of him with the body shots. Excellent work from Jacobs. But you can't just say that Triple G got outright exposed. Because what happened in the fight that Jacobs did is not something that's just that easy to do. If it was just that easy to do, other fighters would have exposed it a little bit more than they had. And honestly, the only fighter I'm considering a favorite over Triple G at middleweight from here on out is Daniel Jacobs. Nobody else. Not Lauren, not Canelo, not Charlo, nobody else. But be that as it may, I think Golovkin's probably going to do like Sanchez said, move up to super middleweight. Maybe they can run it back there. But I do want an immediate rematch. Ness, I wanted to make that shit clear. I do want an immediate rematch. Because as a matter of fact, I want an immediate rematch for both of the fights. Gonzalez deserves his belt because he won that fight. And Jacobs deserves the belts and the glory and his biopic in a few years because he was the story. That was Jacobs' fight. That was Jacobs' night. And that's pretty much all I got to say about it.
All right, brother. Well, thanks for calling in. We're going to go out to our ringer, Dempsey. What's going on?
Yo, what up, TPP? What's going on, guys? Just want to say I'm going to keep it cool. There's been a lot of fire on the show recently, but it's all good, man. Makes for good entertainment every now and then. MD, don't feel too bad, man. Every now and then We all have our moments, but it's all good, man. Don't let it get to you. But anyways, in regards to the Triple G fight, I had a 114, 113 for Triple G. I just felt that he kept his poker face really well. He was landing the better shots, but you really got to take hats off to both things, you know. Because one thing that was definitely proven was that Jacob's chin is a lot better than we all thought, you know, just based on what we've seen in the past. And it was also proven that Triple G's chin is better than we thought as well, too. Because the question was, how will he take Jacob's punch? And, well, he took some bombs, man. And that question was definitely answered, man. Triple G has a chin, without a doubt. He does. But, I mean, we can say Triple G won the fight, but Jacobs definitely won the night. Anybody that feels like he won, you can't argue with him. You really can't, you know, because there was a lot of moments where, like, you kind of question which direction was going to go. But I had it 6-6. You know, with that knockdown being the difference, that was it. That's how close it was. Just that 1 point. That was it. And but both men, you know, they really fought a great fight. I was really happy with it. And in regards to the Chocolatito fight, I had it for Chocolatito. However, he took some damage. He did. And there was a lot of times where he was just staying in the pocket and taking unnecessary shots. I mean, there were times he was throwing some good combos in the body, and then he would just stay there. He wouldn't pivot to the left or the right or try to get out of the way. Only against the southpaw, you want to try to, you know, always move to their right, stay away from their left. But he was just always in the pocket, always get hit back. So, I mean, I could see why he got the decision. But in the end, I felt Chocolatito won just because he was landing a lot more punches overall. I mean, whether he was hurting the guy or not, he was landing a lot of punches on him all night. He was. It was a very entertaining fight, though. It was. Overall, though, as boxing fans, we can't be too pissed about, you know, the event, whether we thought Jacobs won or not, whether we thought Triple G won or not. We had a great fight, and these are the kind of fights you're going to get when you have this kind of competition, world-class competition, fighting other world-class competition fighters. And you know, that just about ends my call. But yeah, I gotta hand it to you guys, and keep up the good work, guys.
All right, brother. Well, thanks for calling in. Fight Doctor, you there or not? Once, twice. Santiago.
Hey guys, what's up? Calling in all the way from Rockford, Illinois. I've been here since Friday to visit a friend for her birthday today, but I was able to catch the fights courtesy of Tiger Stream. That thing has been amazing, and I'm currently using it to watch you guys on YouTube. So, you know, let's just get down to it. Golovkin Jacobs, that fight definitely was a little bit more competitive than I expected it to. It was a really close fight on my scorecard. Entering the 12th round, I had it 104 even. I thought Golovkin did enough to edge it out by 1 point, but I could see the argument for why maybe Jacobs edged it out too, so I'm not mad. I would love to see an immediate reaction. Obviously, they asked Golovkin, hey, you know, do you want to give him the rematch? Did you give him the rematch? He seemed forward. Jacobs, for some reason, didn't seem to it. And he seemed to understand his position, too, because, you know, there were bigger fights for Golovkin. We'll see what happens. If we get the immediate rematch, we'll be happy. Give me my crow for Roman Gonzalez because, obviously, he lost.
Did he just drop?
Nope.
Yeah, you dropped for a second there, Santiago.
Oh, well, can you guys give me my crow for the Roman Gonzalez loss? Because I picked Roman Gonzalez to win. Personally, I had that score, like I told you guys in the immediate reaction show, 114, 112 for Gonzalez. We really do have to take into account that while a lot of people did consider him pound for pound, this was his fourth weight class. He was fighting a naturally bigger man. So to me, I'm not surprised that a naturally bigger man would push back a guy that's not natural to that weight class. So, you know, We'll see what happens with his career. He has his first loss. We'll see how he rebounds. Carlos Cuadras did not look like the guy that gave Gonzalez a tough-as-hell fight when they fought each other. He had a lot of slapping shots. Really, we'll see where he goes from here because, I wasn't really impressed with his performance last night. And, I didn't get to catch the Tommy Conlan fight, unfortunately, because I was covering the Amir Mansour Kauffman fight. Mansour looked good turning back the clock, but, I don't really see somebody there who would give a guy like Wilder any issues. We'll see where he goes with his career at this point, given how old he is. That's my call. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Otherwise, I'm out.
Peace.
All right. Thanks for calling in, Santiago. We got, who's on Skype here? We got George Dampierre. Talk to me.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Quick shout out to Amir Mansour. That's good. I want to say good friend of mine because he's not too much aware of my existence, but he knows who I am. So congrats on him this past Friday. Chocolatito, it's a rough go for him because, just about everybody's call's just been pretty much spot on. For me, he was a legit number one pound for pound fighter. I think people are saying that they're just not used to seeing their pound for pound number one fighter take so many punches. And in a way, that's kind of been a way that he's just always fought. It's just at this point, it's just too hard to ignore the shots that his opponents are throwing back. And I can't say that I'm actually too surprised that the decision didn't go his way, just because, in the middle, after that, after he suffered the cut, it did seem like he was going through some shit there. It looked like, I'm not even going to try to say his name. Thai guy is what I've been calling him for the past 2 weeks. He looked like he was on the way out at a certain point, and then, once he weathered it, he just wasn't going anywhere. And that for me, it showed I guess around the 7 to 10 rounds, it just seemed like Roman was just going through some adversity, some serious shit, but while still landing hellacious blows at the same time. So it's unfortunate for him. Andre Ward's number one pound for pound right now, due to that. And Golovkin, Jacobs, surprising outcome, but I think the right winner won. I think people, including myself, sold Danny Jacobs short. And he's actually better than I think everyone has been giving him credit for beforehand. He showed, to me, he was definitely very strong. I think the extra bit of weight kind of helped him out a little bit because there were a few shots that I thought could definitely get him the hell up out of there. But that's pretty much about it. But just my little cherry on top, my little 2 cents regarding this situation. My advice to MD, you don't have to react to everything. Okay, some things just don't need to be reacted to. And I've listened to the pod for about 1.5 years now. Nestor, we try to work on some things here and there. I can tell you that the show does get a bit annoying, and it does come to a stop and go a lot, just because reacting to something so stupid. You know what I mean? Sometimes just let shit go. Not everything needs to be hyphenated. I'm out.
Thank you for calling in, George Dampierre. Raymond Rocha, you ready? Raymond, just listening. Josh, talk to me.
Yo, man, I want to name my crow for Danny Jacobs and Chocolatito.
Yo.
You got to wait now, buddy. We went to the next caller.
Loser.
Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, the Chocolatito fight, that was pretty surprising. The Golovkin, I mean, it wasn't that surprising, but yeah, I thought Danny won. Danny Jacobs beat him. I streamed it, so the stream was pretty bad, but I mean, the result was the same. And I know MD's probably happy because Golovkin won. I haven't been listening to the show, so MD, you hyped or what?
No, MD's on.
MD? Hello?
Damn, Josh got caught watching porn and listening to fucking.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
Yo, his RedTube browser got. Suleiman the Scholar, you're up.
Call me now. Yeah. Call me now. Yeah, how you doing? Listen, I just want to commend the number 1 and number 2 real pound for pound fighters. And I want to give a shout out to both of them. Triple G, he showed all kind of skill. He got a world-class trainer, world-class chin. I mean, the reason he won that fight was because he kept scoring the jab. He didn't lose his focus with the jab, okay? After all the adversity that I seen in the fight with Danny Jacobs, he kept scoring that jab, scoring points. He kept moving forward. Okay, fine. He had trouble with the kid's skills. He was scoring points. He was looking fantastic in there, even though the kid had talent too. He was fighting the number two champion of the world. This also was a unification fight. This was WBA unification fight. Okay, he came in with the testosterone of a world champion, Danny Jacobs. Okay, Danny Jacobs showed a lot of skill. I mean, that guy in his corner, that trainer, is a world-class trainer. I mean, he went southpaw. He could have won that fight southpaw, I think, in my opinion, because I know that Triple G has problems with southpaws. If he started boxing southpaw, I think he could have won that fight. All he had to do was tap a move because it confused Triple G. Triple G wasn't expecting that. He looked good doing it too. He hurt him with some body shots to the body, and he could move back. I think if he would have, he hasn't been to that level too much with a world-class fighter like Triple G. But if he moves up to that level and maintains in that level, fighting guys like that, the sky's the limit for him. Okay, I mean, I think he should go back. You know, he's looking in a positive way, and I like the way his trainer complimented him. In the post fight, he was complimenting him. He kept the kid's morale because he was about to cry there. It was an emotional thing because the kid prepared. He looked like he was a big time gym rat for that fight. That's what the people are looking at. The kid's very talented. He was complimented by Abel Chante. He said this kid's gonna be a champion again in that division because all Triple G wants to do is unify this belt and move up. Okay, so if he's patient and just works it around, my bet I was him. I just hang out on the sidelines, you know. Let it simmer for a while. Let this fight simmer learn more, learn my craft, right? Wait till they unify the belt because he's gonna vacate. That's the hint that he's giving. See if I could get Chris Eubank in the ring. You know what I'm saying? That's a good talented fighter. Two young guys like that. I wanted to see the two asses of Chris Eubank and Danny Jacobs mix it up. Danny Jacobs and Chris Eubank would be hot, and plus they'll show the people in UK what Danny Jacobs could do. And what Chris Eubank could do was that with that kind of talent, and they gain the skills, and then when they go back with Triple G, one of those guys, that's going to be the fight. Bro, thanks a lot for giving me this time. This thing with Chocolatito kept moving up in weight. He should have stayed down because that kid was a 115 pound. Give me time. You still giving me time, boss?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that 115 pounder was a 115 pounder. He's up there in Thailand. He's another one. He got that testosterone. He's revered. He's a world hero in Thailand. He comes over here. He fights the number one top for pound guy. The guys all over him. You know what I'm saying? Swarming him and all that. I don't know why the ref didn't stop that fight in the later rounds because Chocolatito was hitting him with everything but the kitchen sink. Okay, he was giving him soup kitchens and all that. I don't know why he didn't stop the fight, but they didn't.
Oh,
and,
baby.
At the end of the day,
I was giving you a couple extra seconds because you got caught with your words in the mouth at the bell, man. But we got a shitload of callers. Class and Bound, talk to me.
Cool. So first of all, you guys, I've actually, and that's I've already told you, but I've been listening to your guys' podcast since co-hosts like, Jameson Rocket, Beebs, Ringside Robbie, when Stewart was still co-hosting, You know, like I've been around here for a while, and to be honest, like you guys just need to learn to hash things out. Like there's no need to get real personal. And as much as I'm saying that, I'm actually quite a bit upset, but I'll get into that. So Triple G and Jacobs, that's not a robbery. That's a close fight that could have gone either way. Having a scorecard for either guy winning is absolutely acceptable because there was a lot of tight rounds. Like, but it's what I said. Like, first, I'll get to that. But like I said, Triple G's jab would be a difference in the fight, and I said Jacobs would do well. I just didn't think he would do that well, and he did. He definitely impressed everyone here. All of us thought he was going to go out, but man, he showed why he's the second best middleweight in the world, and arguably could be the first if you gave it to him. So congrats to both fighters. I'm really glad I got to see it. Now we're going to get on to Roman Chocolatito Gonzalez. So the guy that he fought, Carlos Cuadras fought him too, and everyone's talking about, oh, he shouldn't have gotten headbutted. Carlos Cuadras got headbutted by this guy as well, and they ruled it an intentional headbutt. This isn't the first time that this guy's been headbutting. He did it to Carlos Cuadras, which is why they had to stop the fight after 8 rounds. So, like, let's not act like, oh, he just had to deal with it. This happened multiple times. Gonzalez, like, people calling him, like, unworthy pound for pound, he's nobody. Like, that disrespect is ridiculous. Like, I didn't hear it properly, but did Amir say that Daniel Jacobs got robbed by in that Triple G fight? Yes or no? I just need to be clear.
I'll be honest, that was the first call that we took, so I really don't remember.
Like,
I want to say he did say it, but I don't want to put words in his mouth.
Yeah, because that's what I remember. If that's so, that's stupid. How does Daniel Jacobs, who landed like 50 less shots, get robbed, but Roman Gonzalez lands over 140 and his loss is justified? And he made up his knockdown. Like, you can't even argue that because what's his face got a point deduction. How are you going to say that Daniel Jacobs gets robbed, but Roman Chocolatito deserved to take that L fairly, and there's nothing you could say about it? That's crap. Like, I feel bad, but you know what? It's fine. A robbery is what you need to take away the O from a great fighter like Chocolatito. He'll be back. He was backing up a guy who was much physically bigger than him. He was landing clean shots, and that's my time, but you know what? It is what it is.
Great call as always, brother. GT Kid in Atlanta.
Yo, what's going on, Boxing Voice? Been a little too much excitement tonight. But real quick, I'm going to run through the fights. GGG, Danny Jacobs. I mean, it was a close fight. I mean, but I'm a big believer you got to beat the champion. And Jacobs did some good work in there, and I was surprised. I didn't think his chin would hold up. But he looked good. He looked big. And, he gave a good account of himself, but I still think, it could have went either way. So I'm not upset with the decision at all. Hopefully GGG goes after that last belt with Saunders and then Canelo later this year. Then he can move up starting 2018. I didn't see the Chocolatito fight, but I've heard enough about it. It sounds like he got robbed maybe. Hopefully he gets a rematch, get his belts back. As far as the show goes, man, I mean, there's been a lot of hosts on the show over the years. Like somebody else said, it's been James and Mario and Stu and Winky and everybody else. And you just, MD's got a little bit of an ego, and I think maybe you do too. You know what I'm saying? But it's nothing can't be worked around. You just can't. You got to be careful not to run over your hosts or your co-hosts, and they got to do the same, man. They got to do the same. So. But that's all I got, man. You boys be good, man. I know you're trying to go home. Look, get some sleep tonight. I don't want to be taking calls forever.
There's a huge misconception, right? James, Mario, they mention these hosts as if they're gone. Mario's obviously back. James obviously is still there, been at the appreciation nights. People got to understand, everyone has a life, right? They all have different lives. this is my life. So I'm here every day. And until this gets big enough where it's going to be something that will make a person leave their full-time day job to do this, which is highly improbable, it's always going to be a panel of rotating hosts other than the person who invented the idea. Another thing that is a huge misconception, other than Matthew and Steven now, people, they can't see the callers. They don't even know, Matthew, Steven, they don't even know there's callers on Skype. They don't know the amount of callers that are on Skype. They don't know. Scorsese is testament. He is, if anything, he should have a thing against me because he probably feels that I leave him for last, but it's that Matt or Steven can't see Skype. So Scorsese is subject to just me watching Skype while watching all the other callers on another computer, while having a conversation in chat with this other computer, which is Matt and MD, and doing a whole bunch of other shit. So when other hosts who do feel like they don't get enough time to speak, and it's like, yo, I'm not just going to sit here while we take calls, and I just got to sit here and look quiet and da-da-da-da-da. It's because they don't know how many callers are there. So the reason that I'm consistently bringing up when someone is cutting off or we got to get to a caller is because truly the only one that sees the total number of calls is me. The only one that receives the emails is me. The only one that gets the tweets about not getting on the show and you didn't get to me. The only one that's seen 504 saying I haven't gotten to him yet in the chat is me. And until everyone is on the same page and we're at a level where we're in a studio and we have a producer with a huge switchboard and we don't got to worry about that, I'm always going to be thinking of the caller first because my eyes are on 3 computers. The other hosts, they can go eat, they can use the bathroom, all that. I have to stay here. So yes, I get mad or upset if I'm saying off air, let's just let the ball roll, bro. Let's let it roll. We know the subjects that are going to make us antsy. We know this. Let's just let it roll for the betterment of the show. So if people don't like that, think I'm bad because I want to.
I also think it's important to know that all the disrespect that I get from not from you, I'm not saying from you specifically, but from a lot of the beautiful, positive people that are in the chat and the comment is that I am a full-time medical student. I am full-time. When I'm available on a small lunch break, I try to do shows and I try to do whatnot. I could have a little bit of a social life at nighttime with my girlfriend or whatever the fuck, but I choose to do this show, but I love talking boxing. So although this is not my life, I'm sacrificing my life to do this because it's something that I have enjoyed and want to enjoy if everything is positive and in the coherent and in a positive manner. Just because this is not just because I'm not making a living off of this doesn't mean that I am not making sacrifices. In fact, I'm the one that's making the most sacrifices because I'm getting essentially nothing out of it. So that needs to be understood for all you people that think that I'm getting this or I'm getting that or I'm doing this. No, I'm making fucking sacrifices so that, because I fucking love boxing and I love what this show's doing and I love what it was meant to do. So not for 1 second can you guys sit here and act like I have the silver spoon or whatever. It's not this. It's not the same. You guys don't know my life. You don't fucking know me. So it's interesting,
I make sacrifices too, just saying. You're not the only one that makes sacrifices. We all make sacrifices, dude. Like, you don't, like, I don't know why, like, you have to say, like, I'm the one that sacrifices the most. Like, there's so many people that work at TBV that put in time in TBV and put in effort. Like, we're all important to this process. Like, that, you can just say that. You don't have to, like, categorize yourself as better than everyone.
Again, that's not But I mean,
or is a more sympathetic figure than everyone?
I don't want to get into it because this is not professional to get into it on air. But I mean, I'm the only.
Look, I just want to say
because I'm the only one that doesn't let myself get fucking shit. Because I'm the only one that has a backbone, and I don't allow to me to be unappreciated, and that offends me when I feel like that I'm being undercut and unappreciated and treated negatively when I'm the one making real sacrifices with my life. I'm not saying anybody else is, but I'm the one that's making sacrifices because I'm not the one trying to boost my own fucking name for the benefit of my financial career. Okay, I'm doing this pro bono. This is free. This is done out of my time. So for all you people that are thinking that this is oh, he's getting this, no, it's not that. So
but
you guys
want
need to really relax.
Correct?
I did. I felt like I did.
No, you want to be here, right? Correct?
That's your always. That's the.
No, because you're making it seem like, oh, I'm not getting like, I didn't put a gun to your head.
Yeah.
You're here because you know this is where you want.
You ask.
You're here for the same reason every other caller comes every day after a fight, bro. Like, we love boxing and we want to congregate together. But what you need to understand is that everyone's opinion needs to be heard.
I've been okay.
That's all. Once we get that shit, we're all good. We're all one happy family. But we got to get through the callers or we can't finish the show.
Mm-hmm.
Gary from Dallas.
Yo, what's going on?
And I just want to say I tried to apologize twice on there and he kept talking over me.
Oh, no problem. Yeah. I just wanted to say, first of all, there was no robbery. Not even a good or even decision. I thought I had Jacobs 114, 113, and I scored the last round for Golovkin. I thought Jacobs had won 7 rounds before we even got to the 12th round. There were so many close rounds in both fights. I don't know how you can sit there and say there was a robbery. And then the Tito fight, I had it 113, 113. That fight, I mean, I watched that fight again, and I scored it a draw again. But there were just way too many close rounds. I don't know how you look at the Tito fight and say there was a robbery. I mean, that fight was almost impossible to score.
Was that it, caller?
Yeah, that's all I got.
Yeah, we definitely had a little of everything in this show. A little drama. We even had some fucking porn. Yo.
The porn.
Hey, Blind Man Brad from Bakersfield. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys? How's it going, Matt? How's it going, MD? How's it going, Ness?
It's going good, Brad. How are you doing, brother?
I'm doing great, man. Having a good time listening to the show, and I've studied and did my homework, honestly. And let's get into that real quick. When I first called into this show, man, I figure you guys would think I'm crazy because, you know, obviously I can't see, and what am I doing talking about boxing? But I've always liked boxing, man. You know what I mean? So it's like, for me, I appreciate, you know, like a lot of people say MD's a hard-ass guy, but I don't really cuss a lot, so excuse my language. But he was really cool the first time I called in. And he said, hey, man, I'll do breakdowns for you. And you know what I mean? And he is a cool guy. I mean, I'm pretty sure Ness says the same. Like, you know, outside all this, obviously, I mean, you know, the drama of today and all that. But it's cool that people are so into something that that they care about like this. And honestly, the fact that he does it for free and that you guys do it for free, a lot of you, and I'm pretty sure Ness did it for free for a long time, and he deserves what he does get. I'll also say that. I appreciate all of you. And I just wanted to say that. But now let me get into what I assess of this whole thing. When you beat somebody that's great, or you don't beat somebody that's great, or you challenge them in a way they've never been challenged, that doesn't necessarily make them not great. I mean, that just means that you lived up to a height. Like, I hate to use MMA references because I know that Ness hates
Go for it, Brad. Go for it, man.
like
It's
Chuck the Iceman Liddell. No one was able to take that man down. He was a bad dude. Randy Couture took him down. But then the next fight, what happened? You know what I'm saying? He made an example out of him. But that doesn't mean that, you know what I mean, it just took away anything from Chuck. Just like Jacobs didn't take away anything from Triple G. Triple G is still the great, and so is Jacobs. He slid into that realm, and I would put him above Canelo, and I would bet money that he would beat Canelo. So you got to really respect that. He's a lot better than I gave credit, and I'm pretty sure everyone on this show would admit that. From my calls, I didn't give him any credit. I said he'd be stopped. So, I mean, am I done here?
Go ahead, finish up, bro.
But I really just, yeah, I'm glad about the fight. I mean, I like, even if you don't see, let's say that your eyesight gets stripped from you guys or something happens, you can't do what you did, man. You're still not going to stop liking what you like. You're still going to do what you do. And I'm thankful for, you know, outlets like this that help me and, you know what I mean, stay up to date on things. And I suggest that all of you make sure you log in on YouTube, hit like, subscribe, get them notifications, and become a Patreon, which I plan to do very soon. I already told Ness, and I'm pretty sure he knows I'm not making it up, that, you know, I just can't get to it. But my wife will as soon as she gets out of, see, he knows about that too. My wife just had a baby. And yeah, he's about to come home probably tomorrow or the next day. So thank you guys. MD, don't let this stuff get you down, man. We love you, bro.
Brad, great call, man. Thank you so much for listening. You know, and congrats on the baby, man. As a young father myself, man, you know, I definitely can feel that. And good luck to you because they're a pain.
Brad, thank you so much for calling in, brother, and for the kind words as always. Marcus from DC.
Yo, what's good, man? I'm glad he came on before me. I was about to try to bring the peace like that too. MD, like we had said before, man, sometimes you just gotta figure out which hat you have on. Are you a host or are you a fan? There's nothing wrong with being a fan of a guy, but even a judge that's too close to a situation will recuse themselves. When we were talking about the film study, and I was saying there are so many things that we see in the film study that if Daniel Jacobs do, he will present a problem to Triple G. We just kept trying to mush it over by saying, oh, he's just doing that because of the guy he's fighting. To the point I would say to some of y'all, just because somebody's good at cutting the ring off doesn't mean the other guy's supposed to let him cut him off. Just because you're good at cutting people off does not mean you're going to cut somebody off every single time. You can use athleticism. The idea in cutting the ring off is to make the person use their athleticism and energy to beat the cutoff angle. Because if you angle too far, then they go the other direction. So it is a real art, and you're not going to get it done every time. However, you stay doing it because it puts pressure on the other fighter. Earlier in the week, people try to be dismissive of Daniel Jacobs as being the number 2 fighter, trying to say that maybe Lemieux's the number 2 fighter to make their argument about where they saw Triple G as far as being how good he is after the Stevens knockout. Everybody saw the best Daniel Jacobs last night, and nobody's talking about, you know what I'm saying? Nobody's talking about that Triple G beat the best Daniel Jacobs you've ever seen. Nobody's talking about, people keep saying, oh, Triple G needs to step up to 168. He fought a 168 guy last night. Okay? He did. And he fought a good fighting dude. He fought a dude that when the jab was bothering him, he started to switch to southpaw to nullify the jab so Triple G would lead with the right hand more than the left. People didn't see that. People didn't see that. People say, oh, Triple G should go to the body more. I don't understand. Like, people just, they come off like casual. To go to the body, a person has to be in the pocket with you. You cannot be reaching to go to the body. So if a boxer puncher is keeping his distance, he won't go to his body. You people keep making it seem like, oh, because you say go to the body, he can just go to the body when he wants to. The other fighter has to be a willing participant. If a 6'1" fighter wants to stay at arm's length, you won't go to his body unless you're reaching, and you're gonna get stopped. Plain and simple. It was a good fight. I don't think Jacobs got robbed, but it was a good fight. It could have been a draw, but I didn't see Jacobs winning just because for the same reason I said with the Kovalev and Ward. Close rounds, I'm going to go with the aggressor and the champ. And most of the time, Danny Jacobs was being reactive and not proactive. All right? Chocolatito, listen, his punches were not effective as the other guy. And at the end of the day, if you have a problem scoring, just ask yourself, if I had to be Chocolatito or the other dude, which guy do you want to be? And clearly after that fight, you did not want to be Chocolatito, okay? Because the other guys' punches were more effective. This is not amateur point system. Pro boxing is the hurt game. Who hurt the other guy the most? And both of the fighters that won yesterday, the main fighters, those guys put more hurt on the other guy. Plain and simple.
Marcus, as always, great call. First time caller, 832. You're live on TBV. First time caller, who's this?
This Hugo. Y'all hear me? Hello?
Who's this?
Hello?
Yes, who's this?
Hello, do y'all hear me?
We hear you, but you obviously don't hear us.
No, I hear y'all now. No, I'm not a first-time caller. I called about a couple weeks ago.
What's your name?
Hugo.
Hugo, and you calling in from?
From Houston, H-Town. I called a couple weeks ago, and I tried to get in this past Thursday, but I didn't get in. Trying to get my predictions on this fight. I mean, mad respect to Danny Jacobs, man. I was really expecting a replay of Vargas Trinidad round 1 and 12, but, you know, Danny Jacobs proved me wrong on that. So, mad props to him for sticking in there the whole 12 rounds. But all this talk about Golovkin, all this Golovkin hate, man, maybe that age is catching up to him, but if Canelo don't take this fight now, then, I mean, we probably will never see this fight because this is the perfect time to get him. But even at this stage, I didn't even think Canelo can beat him because, like the last caller said, this was like a 168-pounder, you know, Jacobs that everybody wanted Golovkin to move up to. But, you know, he wanted to do what Hawkins did, was clean out the division because Hawkins didn't even move up till he was already in his 40s. But he's getting the hate because he ain't moving up. But, you know, it is what it is. Y'all still there?
We here, brother. Just letting you air it out.
Oh, no, I'm trying to make sure I ain't talking no air or nothing. But, yeah, but, I mean, it's just like, I don't understand all this hate on Golovkin, but, I mean, he did what he had to do, but he fought a top dog. I mean, I didn't think he was that good of a fighter either myself, but, you know, he impressed me. And Chocolatito, man, he's just, I don't know, man, he's another Nonito Zanero to me that he's just trying to move up too much to where he can't, you know, he ain't handling it no more. He might have to go back to 112 or just call it a day. But I don't think he can handle no more 115-pound fighters because, I mean, he's getting hit too much. And
want to thank you for calling in, Hugo. We're going to make sure the producer gets you down now. We're going to go to Joshua in New Orleans. Talk to us.
How y'all doing, man? Show got a little bit feisty a little bit earlier, but unlike everybody else, I'm not going to dodge around a question that you asked. I do have a problem with MD and calling in the show because, I mean, for somebody to say that they're a boxing fan and they like talking boxing, when you got the position to voice your opinion and your opinion is not heard due to the fact that somebody is so fanboy towards a different boxer, it gets irritating. I do like Triple G. I always did. Like Triple G, I respected him before everybody else got on the bandwagon, before he got his name mentioned with Floyd. And I do honestly believe that's where all the hype started with Triple G. And ever since then, they kind of put him on his pedestal. So when we got to see him fight a competitive fight last night, which I doubt he won against Danny Jacobs just made him look like nobody else have ever made Triple G look like. And this from somebody that's supposed to be a Triple G hater. I just speak on how I feel about Golovkin. Golovkin has got a pedestal. I feel like he always been put on a pedestal. He doesn't fight these fights that puts him in the top ranking that he gets. That's why I criticize him. That's why people saw him last night look a little more human than what he normally looked, and they're saying that it was a rivalry, which I thought Dan Jacobs looked real good, but I didn't think he won the fight. I thought Golovkin edged it out slightly with the knockdown and just some of the more licks that was more appealing. The jab that Danny Jacobs ate all night, I watched all that, but Danny Jacobs did look good. And like I said, I thought Golovkin won a fight. But go back to what y'all was saying earlier, and the poll, I do have a problem when I call in and have to hear somebody on the other end cut me off on some fanboy stuff. I do want to address the other caller that called in talking to burning shit from Cali. I mean, come on, man. The dude called in trying to bully somebody, talking about meeting him on a street in California. He didn't name no boxing street. He called in talking about a burner. We talking on a boxing show. Let's see what them hands do like. But he could have gave an address to a boxing gym. If I feel like I want to get at anybody, I would give anybody an address and tell them meet me at this boxing gym and we could go there. Not the burner stuff. That's my call.
You know, it's funny that you even say that. Juan Manuel Lopez is fighting his trainer, and we laughed about it the other day. He's fighting his trainer, and they're calling it put the pistols down and put on the gloves. Because remember, Juanma and that trainer from the Wilfredo Vargas fight, remember they fought after the bell or whatever. So, yeah, those guys are going to be in some sort of charity pay-per-view where all the money goes to charity. Let's get to the 4-1-2. You're up.
Hello, this is Bill.
Bill, first time calling in?
This is my first time ever calling. This is I've listened in for about 2.5 years.
Oh, man.
And all the excitement lately, I felt like calling in. Let me get that intro.
No doubt. So 2.5 years. You've answered all the questions. First time caller intro coming up.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his professional debut.
From Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, pound for pound, best around, the master plaster himself, Billy the Kid Marola, a.k.a. the Billy Goat.
Whoa. Plaster King. Plaster King. Uh-oh. You stuffing them hand wraps?
The master plaster. I got a plastering company in Pittsburgh, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought we were talking about the hands.
No, I can get down too.
No, I'm just saying plaster of Paris a la Margarita, but never mind. So talk to me, man. What you think of this fight?
I got you. Mosley caught him with the hand wraps. All right. I don't know. I got a bunch of stuff here. Oh, God. Hey, I just wanted to say, man, I've been listening to the show, man. You guys are all good guys. And you, Matt, MD, Steven, all you guys, man, I listen every day at work. I play old shows. I listen to all the shows. I get notifications and all that. I just want to say all you guys do a nice job. Hate to see anybody get tripped up over, all you guys are alpha males, anytime you get a bunch of guys in a room, you're going to have some fighting, bickering, but just talk after the show, hatch it out. You need MD on the show.
Bill, I'm going to take this opportunity just to say that this show's been on for a lot of years, but this is going to be my first time ever. I've never kicked anyone off. I've pleaded with people to come back. I've pleaded with them. Okay. If the cameras would have been on, people would see how I've groveled at some of these people to come back just for the betterment of the show, just because some listeners will put their name in the chat. I've tried. All I can do is try.
No. I know you're level-headed, dude. I mean, listen, I listen to you guys so much. I feel like we know each other. But I'm telling you, all you guys, you're all here. You love boxing, But I love listening to you guys. Like I said, it's my favorite show. I'm gonna tell you something. I got on YouTube a couple years ago. watching Dante, watching Thunderdome, watching Ellie, you know, all these different shows. Okay. And I found your interviews. All right. And I didn't know you had a podcast. And then I just stumbled across it. Okay. Cause I'd watch all the interviews. And I tell you what, I stopped watching a lot of other guys. Just to bring up one other point with like a lot of stuff with the racism and boxing and like the PBC versus, you know, the Al Heyman versus the Top Rank stuff, and everybody's putting these little pods, you know, like if you like this guy, oh, you're with that, you know, if you like Triple G and them, you're with the HBO guys and you're against PBC, or if you're with PBC, you're with Al Heyman, you don't like Triple G. You know, it's all just a bunch of BS. I like all of them. Floyd was my favorite fighter ever, and I like Triple G too. You know, and a lot of them guys don't like each other, but most of it is that YouTube, you know, stuff. Like I don't listen to Dante no more, and he's probably a good dude, but like the first 5 minutes of every video is like geared a certain way. You know what I mean? If anybody that listens to the YouTube knows what I'm talking about. I don't even got to say it. But like, that Thunderdome's the worst. But you guys are the best. You got the best shows, you know, just hands down. You guys got the best content. I just wanted to say that. There's a lot of stuff that I have down, you know, that I want to talk about, but I know my time's probably about up. I'll call in again. I'm going to join that Patreon. But I love all you guys' stuff, man. I just wanted to say that. And, you know, I know you got a lot of callers to get to. I've been on hold for a while, so I don't want to take up too much more time.
Hey, Bill, can you say your full nickname again? I didn't get it down because you had like a really good nickname.
My full nickname, it's pretty heavy, brother.
Okay.
I'm hands down, pound for pound, the best around, the master of plaster, Billy the Kid Marola, a.k.a. the Billy Goat.
You know what, Bill? I have your number. I'm just gonna text you and get that because that's too much, man.
Yo, I think we need to go with Billy. No, Billy the Kid. No, because I like Billy Goat, man. That's like boom, punch you like
Billy Goat's good. I like that.
So it's Billy Goat from Pittsburgh. Billy Goat. I don't fucking know. Pittsburgh Billy Goat Bill. That's what we're gonna call him. JD in Texas. Man, happy man or sad?
You know, I'm happy, man. I'm happy with Jacob's performance. I'm happy that, you know, I was proved right. It's like I'm the only one that knows boxing or something. I don't know. I just can't keep getting this stuff right. But no, I'm definitely
Yo, Matt be killing people with that sound.
I know that's
bite.
Matt, right?
Yes, Matt.
Yo, what up, JD?
Yo, I know.
I only do it because I love you, man.
Yo,
like,
but it's funny because, but no, listen, Matt, listen, I missed the whole beginning of the show, so I missed all the arguing. I don't like feeding into negativity. You know what I'm saying? But I can kind of guess how it went. You know, a lot of people were calling in, probably saying Jacobs was won, and MD probably was, you know, arguing that Triple G won. But I just want to say this, man. Can you guys at least say that JD knows a little bit about boxing? He knows.
JD.
He knows his shit about boxing because what up?
I thought Jacobs won, man. You know your shit.
Well, I thought Golovkin won, but you do know your shit about boxing because Daniel Jacobs is a good boxer, and Ness could admit this, that you were bigging up Jacobs' name before he even fought Quillen, and a lot of us wasn't really we didn't know really anything besides him, besides his cancer story. So you were ahead of the curve on that one. So I will give you credit on that.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah,
you know,
and
no matter how much you said it, I didn't want to believe it.
Well, one thing I just recognize, I recognize skill.
You know what I mean? And like I said, I see it in Gamboa. I see it in it's certain fighters that I see that it's gonna be real tough to beat. I just put it like that. And Jacobs is one of those fighters. Gamboa is one of those fighters. Ward, just the elite. You know what I mean? And what one thing that one thing that I kept getting mad at, right? I kept getting mad at the fact that GGG got all this respect and everybody hyped him up to be this boogeyman, as everybody say. And here you got another guy with the same amount of knockouts, almost, a crazy knockout percentage.
Goodbye.
But who would you get angry at though? Like, because
wait. Let's make that point. You see, this is exactly my point. He got cut off in the middle of his call. Blog Talk cut him. That's 4 hours. So now we didn't get to dozens of callers. But we do have Skype for Jay.
There's like a whole, let's keep it real, Ness. There's like a whole 2 hours that I didn't say one word.
Yeah. After the meltdown, we did well. Muhammad, you're up.
But let me say one thing, because, we might as well interact, right? Am I here? Or should I just sit here? Or
Nah, JD's calling back in on Skype. Go ahead.
When you say that, Q saying like Golovkin is built as this whatever, and why isn't Jacobs built as this whatever? Again, you could say that the networks have not done the proper, I guess, building and the matchmaking that Daniel Jacobs needed to show that he is on the same level of Golovkin, because HBO has done well with marketing Golovkin. And again, like, this is a real legitimate criticism of PBC, that I don't think PBC properly builds stars the way that Top Rank and HBO does with their fighters, and that's HBO and other, I guess, promoters that use their network, because there's not that many guys that, like I said, what they did with Michael Conlan, and like they've been doing with Golovkin, which obviously that's K2. I mean, sometimes PBC doesn't do that. So I don't think your criticism can objectively go to PBC.
Well, JD.
No, it's me, man.
Yeah. I'm here. I didn't know. I think Blog Talk dropped.
Yeah, after 4 hours, they only give you 4 hours live stream. It's over.
Okay, yeah. Well, I just wanted to finish up what I was saying was, I've been saying that some people have to jump over the moon to get respect, and some people is just given to them. And I think MD was just commenting on that as far as Triple G. I want to congratulate HBO, because they really do a good job in hyping up their fighters. You know what I'm saying? And that's not a diss. That's actually a compliment. But I don't know what it's like. It's fighters like Charlo. They I don't know what they're gonna have to do to get the respect they deserve. But
yeah, but Charlo needs to keep doing what he did in his last fight. That's the thing, right? Like, Golovkin could have dropped the ball, right? They pushed it behind him, but he continuously showed out and knocked every opponent out. So whatever you say about his level of opposition, right? Charlo has just now done something to put himself in the mainstream with his knockout, and he's essentially in a weight class below. So he needs to continuously do something in the ring to be similarly respected, right? It's not just given, or as far, does it make sense?
Well, I mean, like I said, if you go by that same thing, what you just said, Triple G really hasn't done anything yet to get the amount of respect that he has. That's all I'm saying. And I'll leave it with this.
Being very good and being great are two different things. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, I'll leave it with this though. I owe Alex, I owe you a pie bet, and I will give it to you. Ness, I'm gonna have to get with you as far as how to do that.
Yeah, you could just email it to me, and then I'll submit it to Patreon so the family can see.
Okay.
All right, JD. Well, thanks for calling in. Let's go to West Africa. Muhammad, what up?
Yo, what up? What up? First of all, I don't pretend to have any specific knowledge about boxing. I refer to myself as a casual hardcore. But let me say this. I like Triple G. He's a nice person. He's exciting. He got skills. I also like Chocolatito. He showed a lot of heart. He got some skills, but it is disrespectful to have been mentioning Triple G and Chocolatito in the same sentence as Floyd Mayweather, talking about them being pound for pound. You never saw Floyd Mayweather getting embarrassed like Triple G or being confused, not knowing what to do. Like Mayweather said, Triple G is up and down, which is good, but he's no special effect. So that's disrespectful. Right now, when you talk about pound for pound, you have to mention Crawford. Look at his fights, how he's taking care of business. Look at Andre Ward.
But wait, to be fair, Crawford hasn't fought.
Look at Andre Ward.
Crawford hasn't.
Muhammad.
Yes, sir.
Crawford hasn't fought.
Muhammad, he was getting off his butt.
He hasn't fought a Daniel Jacobs. Like, Victor Postal's not Daniel. While he might be in terms of, like, maybe the hardcore fans rated him highly, like, his style, man, like, that style isn't a Daniel Jacobs.
Okay, take Crawford out of it. Look at Lomachenko, how he handles.
Yeah, but then he had that Salido loss that everybody makes fun of him for.
No, that was the first fight, man. Come on.
Oh, I mean, Muhammad, like, come on, man. And then you said Andre Ward. Andre Ward was getting off his butt in his last fight. I mean, like you cannot. And
I don't agree with you, MD, man.
He wasn't.
He won.
Science, man.
Well, okay, he won, and so did Golovkin. So I don't see his point, based on his argument, right?
Listen, Andre Ward, why I think he's great, because when it got tough, the crusher was no longer the crusher.
So Golovkin needs to get dropped and then win for you to be satisfied with him.
No, I mean, Triple G, I like him as a person and I like him as a fighter. I'm excited whenever he fights. So I'm not disrespecting him at all. I'm giving him his props, and he's the true champion. That's not a problem. I'm not giving him any disrespect. But he got exposed kind of against Brook. Of course, he was handling the fight. Brook didn't have no power to hurt him. But he did not look the way he should have looked. And last night, no problem, he won. I don't think he won 115, 112, but he won. I'm not gonna waste any time on that. But he did not look. Last night was a test. He was supposed to show the goods. And let me tell you this: you might make fun of me, but should Canelo fight him, I'm telling you, Canelo will make easy work. I'm ready to bet money on this. $1,000. I'm ready to bet it. I'm telling you, Canelo is very smart. He adjusts. He knows how to come up with a game plan with his trainer. So all I'm saying is, when you talk about pound for pound, that's sacred. When you have Floyd Mayweather, you have Manny Pacquiao, you cannot just bring anybody and put it in that list because he's been looking good against specific opposition, air quotes. That's all I'm saying. Last night, it was not Triple G, it was Triple O, triple ordinary. That's what I saw personally. He was confused and he was happy. Even after the fight, he didn't look confident to win. He was concerned. He had that look on him. Of course, let's say he did enough to win, but he did not impress. Whereas he was sold to us as this mean machine, seek and destroy, and that was not the case. You think he's going to have an easy fight against Canelo? No way. That's all I'm saying. And one last thing before I hang up. I respect MD. I think he should voice his opinion. He's a part of the show. Sometimes I don't agree with him, but he should voice his opinion. So everybody should voice their opinion. This is the only show, because there are other shows I'm not going to mention, just not to give them any free publicity. But I used to listen to some other podcasts. When you call the host, there were two of them. If you don't agree with them, they cut you off. This is not the case with Boxing Voice. Just remember hand wraps when he went on Ness, and Ness handled it beautifully. Now he's part of the family. So I just think we should call, all the egos and, temperament, and just, get through the show. Some emotions are involved, but that's what it is, man. I also respect Matt, because Matt showed that he's credible yesterday when he said that he thinks Jacobs won. all of you guys bring something to the table, The only person that should not be touched is my boy Enrique.
Yo, because he was hanging with Enrique in New York. Get out of here,
yeah,
man.
Yeah, that's my boy. Man. What can I say? Man? I'm just like that. I'm loyal, man.
Well, Mario's coming for Enrique. I hope you know.
No, man. I mean, I like Mario, but hey, Mario better not hurt Enrique. If not, I'm going to send one of my coaches here. I'm gonna get him if he's and bring him over there. He's gonna beat everybody up. Better not piss me off. That's all I'm saying. All right, that's my call.
All right, brother. Well, thanks for calling in. Anybody saying that the number doesn't work, it's because phone lines shut off after 4 hours. We're only on Skype, but that was our last caller, so we could finally put the nail in the coffin on this one. It's over. Listen, man, these things happen, bro. I remember the heat I used to get for that Danny Garcia Matisse fight, man. The buildup. You know, that was a beautiful night. But think about how bad it was for me when Herrera and he fought in Puerto Rico. You know, one of the callers said it the best. Oh, Raymond, I never went to you? Shit. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? It's very hard, yo. You guys don't know. It's hundreds of people. They drop off. They come back. What up? Raymond.
Back to me, Ness. Yo, Ness, thanks for getting back to me. Yo, first of all, I want to say that I appreciate all the hosts on the show, and including you, for everything that you guys do, for bringing the content, for keeping us up to date with the boxing news, and just the personalities that you guys have on the show. I think is an interesting contrast. So just a big shout out to you guys. Keep doing your thing, and don't change a thing, man. Just it's working. It's obviously working. The viewership's coming up. The followers are coming up, and I gave my insight last night to you in regards to Jacobs and Triple G, man. Jacobs fought a hell of a fight, but he didn't do enough to win. But he had an excellent game plan. Hopefully we do see the rematch immediately. If it doesn't, I ain't gonna be mad. Triple G does want to be the undisputed champ at that weight class, so I can't be mad at that. So that's my call, and that's it. I appreciate you guys. Have a good night.
Raymond, appreciate you as well. Thanks for calling in. Let's play that outro. I want to first and foremost say, obviously, some things might have been said. Heated conversations took place. Being a man and apologizing here on air, not only to my co-host MD, but to the listeners that we subjected to that, and to Matt, because he kept trying to be the ref and we ignored him. But that's what happens with boxing. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's about, rooting and getting behind your guy. We just have to all try hard to fucking.
And let's be honest though, this wasn't about Golovkin. It was not about Golovkin.
That's the problem.
And I just want to put it that way. That listen. There was a lot of callers that called in, and they and from the beginning, right? That I said again that who is it? JD, who's the guy that was big enough Golovkin, Daniel Jacobs from the beginning, right? JD.
Yes.
That Daniel Jacobs was a lot better than I expected. That I missed that he didn't pass my eye test before. And I missed actually how good he was. So I'm able to see a different, I guess, narrative than some other people's side, yet not be negative about the whole fight. So it's not necessarily about me bigging Golovkin up or doing whatever. I think it's, some of the issues that we had in the show has nothing to do with me being whatever you call me being a fanboy or whatever. So again, mischaracterization in my opinion.
Okay. That's probably why we had the issue. Because you don't see that there's one. But like I said, man, I've been there before when, I've defended people blindly. It is what it is. But this is a boxing show. Everyone is subject to criticism, especially the fighters and the trainers and the promoters, all the ins and outs, all the nook and crannies. But this has been a very long show. I'm your host, Nesta Gibbs. Find me on Instagram and Twitter at NessGTO.
You can find me at Mixed Combat News on Twitter and my MMA podcast, Mixed Combat Radios, on Patreon, SoundCloud, YouTube, iTunes, etc. Peace. Hit that like button.
And you could find me at BoxingMD1 on Twitter.
Peace.